this meeting to order. I know that Mark Roper is here. He'll be right with us, I'm certain. And so, Stephanie, do you want to do a roll call?
Yes.
Present. Present.
Alden Mandelbrink.
Here.
Doug Monger.
Here.
John Ely.
Here.
Kathleen Curry.
She's there.
Allen. Sharp. Reedy Hazard. Sam Winery.
Here.
Steve Beckley. Scott McGinnis.
Here.
Taylor Haas. Here. Mark Wilbur. And Tom Craig.
Here, and Audrey, it's really, or Stephanie, it's really hard to hear you online.
Yeah, and this is Kathleen. I am here.
Can I, just to do a sound check and everybody hear me, this is Andy. Anybody online have a problem?
Yeah, you're coming through good.
I can hear you good, Andy. I couldn't hear Stephanie.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, use your auditorium voices. All right. Andy, is there anything that you want to cover under the agenda?
Yes, I think there are, I think, Peter, do you want to cover potential amendments to the agenda on the general counsel's executive session?
Sure. Can folks hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would reiterate that the sound for those of us online is not good. If there's a way to get the mic closer to those around the table, that would be super helpful. I understand there is one proposed addition to the agenda, which I would like to address. First, I do want to say I'm sorry I'm not there in person today. I wish I could be. I'm due to travel in a couple of days to help my father in a move to a smaller unit at his continuing care facility, and it just seemed the better part of caution to do this remote. I hope it works out okay, and again, apologies for not being there in person. Excuse me, I understand there has been a request from board director to add to the executive session of today's agenda more detailed discussion of the waters of the United States. That item is, there's a short blurb update on it in the public report, but there has been some developments that the board may wish to discuss in executive session. So if the board is amenable to that, we would propose that they amend the agenda to include waters of the United States as a new item under the executive session would be item 3A, Romanet 8, I believe.
Is there a motion to amend the agenda?
So
Okay, moved by Vandenbrink. Is there a second?
Monger second.
Monger seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Okay, the agenda is amended.
Thank you. I don't have any further proposed amendments to the agenda.
Okay, perfect. We'll move right on to committees for 2022. Those of you who are here, here are the committees, and I'm just going to read them since we've got quite a few people online. I'm just going to read them so everybody knows where everyone is delegated to each year.
And Stephanie will email to all directors a copy of this here shortly, so everybody will
As everyone knows, I think, the executive committee is done on a rotating basis. We have, the president's always a member of the executive committee, but then we have five members. We have 3 counties in each sort of group of 5 that rotate. And so the people on the executive committee this year are Mark Rober, Delta, Steve Beckley, Garfield, Stan Wittery from Hinsdale, Taylor Hawes from Summit, and Tom Gray from Moffett. The litigation committee for this year will be chaired by John Ely, with members being Scott McGinnis, Kathy Chandler Henry, Mike Richard, Kathleen Curry. Information and Outreach Committee will be chaired by Al Vandenbrink, with Mark Catlin, Libby Hazard, Taylor Hawes, Kathy Chandler Henry. The Investment Committee will be chaired by Doug Monger, with Scott McGinnis, John Ely, Steve Beckley, and Al Vandenbrink. And the Water Supply Committee will be chaired by Mike Richard, with Tom Gray, Stan Wintering, Doug Monger, Mark Rober, Kathleen Curry, and Mark Catlin. Okay. Any questions? Anybody who hates their assignments? All right. Since nobody's going to at least admit it. There we go. And some of the committees don't meet very often, those of you who are new, but we do have them in place.
Motions, Madam Chair?
We have to have a motion. It's one of those things I get to do. Okay, we're ready, Peter, for the general counsel's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would recommend that the board convene into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402 paren 4B and E to discuss the items listed on the amended agenda 3 under tab 3A.
Okay, is there a motion to go into executive session? Oz moves. Second by Chandler Henry. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, we will now move into executive session. We just need to give staff a moment or two to exclude anybody who needs to be excluded.
Right, thank you. And for this portion, very first portion of the executive session, we'd ask that
Peter, if you'd like to wrap up the executive session summary, please.
Thank you, President Whitmore. During the executive session portion of today's special joint meeting, the board discussed with counsel and received advice and provided guidance to counsel on the matters listed under the amended agenda item 3A. I believe there was one contemplated action item that the staff would make a recommendation on. And that is, if it would be appropriate, if I could recommend that the board authorize staff and counsel to file a statement of opposition at the end of this month to the Colorado Water Conservation Board's application for in-stream flow water right on Cow Creek in Water Division 4.
All right, that is staff's recommendation. Is there a motion? Motion by Vandenbrink.
Longer second.
And Munger seconds to approve staff recommendation. Is there further discussion on staff recommendation? I've seen none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay. All right, Peter, that motion passes, and you and Jason are authorized to file a statement of opposition.
Thank you. There are two items in the public report upon which I think we were requesting formal action, and both of those I'm going to turn to Jason to take the lead in discussing and recommending action.
Thank you, Peter. And the first is the board will recall in July of 2021, you approved changes to your expense guidelines with regards to compensation for directors, which indicated that you would be compensated the same amount for virtual meetings as well as in-person meetings. We thought that it would be appropriate for you to adopt similar changes to the River District's bylaws. In going through those bylaws, we also recognized a couple of instances in which we probably needed to bring those bylaws up to date with regards to, and make it quite clear with regards to virtual meetings, how those were going to be undertaken. In October, we provided you for your preliminary review and discussion those changes to the bylaws. In addition, and consistent with your bylaws, we mailed each of you a copy of those proposed revisions prior to your board meeting. And so we would recommend that the board adopt those changes to the bylaws as identified on pages 2 through 3 of the quarterly report.
Okay, thank you. Is there, are there any questions for Jason? Is there a motion? Moved by Director Hawes, second by Director Rover, to approve, as staff has recommended, the revised bylaws presented in our packet. Any additional, and we have previously discussed these revisions, as Jason pointed out. So is there any further discussion on these? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. The bylaws are revised as presented.
Thank you. The second issue for second item for action today is every year pursuant with your policy, we seek board approval of any special counsel that the district might hire, as well as any increases in special counsel rates. We did have increases from 2 of our special counsel this year, the firms of Carp New Hanlon and the firm of Berg Simpson. The increase in those rates are identified on pages 3 and 4 of the general report. Obviously, we value the expertise of our special counsel, and in the current legal environments, we think that these rates are in line with others who specialize in this type of work. Therefore, we would recommend that the board approve the 2022 rates for the River District Special Counsel.
All right. Are there any questions for Jason? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we approve the 2022 rates for special counsel as presented by staff.
Motion by Chandler Henry. Is there a second?
Longer second.
Longer seconds. Any further discussion about the rates? All those in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the board. The other items listed on the agenda are general counsel goals and objectives, which are contained in your public report on where are the pages here, starting on page 5, I believe. I did want to note that in the public report, we also have a discussion about the staff's request for modification of the insurance requirements for contractors. That item is teed up to come up in the agenda under the general manager's report. That's fine. We just did want to call your attention to the discussion in your public report on page 4. And Jason and/or I will be available to discuss any questions on that topic during the general manager's report discussion on that. Happy to talk about anything on the general counsel's goals and objectives or other items in the general counsel report, but that is all that I have if there are no other questions.
Okay. Peter, I always think your goals and objectives are very well written and very well considered. The only thing that I think you always miss is other duties as assigned and emergencies as they arise. And it seems as though a lot of your goals and objectives often get sidetracked by other things that are unexpected that come up. But thank you for always articulating so completely what you're trying to accomplish this year and how you're working on district matters. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The only thing I would say is that, unfortunately, that is part of the nature of our business, right? We never know. We are often in reaction mode. We would like to be only in, proactive mode and carrying forth, but just the nature of what we do, we often have to drop things and move on to, the emergency of the day.
Indeed. Does anyone have any other questions about anything? Yes. Director Hawes.
Thank you. Peter, I was just curious about under your goals, you have under 1D, convene and implement the West Slope Fund Management Committee. Is that convene sounds like this is going to be the first time you're getting that group going. Is that correct? Or has it been operating for a while?
It has been convened before. It has not been operating recently. It needs to be, it should probably read reconvene. The fund has, I'm going to guess now, about $350,000 in it, and it is invested in line, pursuant to the committee's prior direction, in line with the River District's investment goals and criteria, which means it doesn't earn a lot of interest. But now that it has a little more money in it than it did historically, and hopefully will continue to receive some more money, it's time to reconvene it and see if there are any other ideas as to where to put the money, which I don't think there would be, but setting some criteria as to how and when to spend the money out of that West Slope Fund is probably something worthy of discussing. Good question.
Thanks. Other comments or questions for Peter or for Jason? All righty, then we're just going to break for lunch a few minutes early. And we will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
I don't know. Online board members, who else there? If you could just flip your video on or do something to let us know that you're around, that would be great. Okay, thank you. Board members, yes. Peter, of course you're there. There's
Tom Gray.
Gray. I don't have my glasses on.
I don't see anybody else.
I don't see any other.
All right, we have a form. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have a form.
Yep.
All right. Before we start on this afternoon's agenda, I just want to remind everyone we need to speak up, project. Pretend you're on stage and you're projecting to the back end of the auditorium because the audio is difficult. And you never know when you're going to need to go back and listen to the recording, either for minutes or to clarify, or just because Cora request comes in and somebody wants to be able to listen to it. So please, let's try and make sure we're speaking up. Director Hawes.
Do we know where the microphones are?
Right there.
Right there.
Just there.
Okay, right there. Okay, but just speak up, use your outdoor voice. And so with that, do we have any members of the public with us remotely who would like to make any comments or concerns, objections, suggestions on anything on or off the agenda? Any members of the public wishing to speak? I'm not seeing hands raised. So I'm taking that as we have no public wanting to speak. Going once, going twice. Okay, Andy, General Manager.
All right, well, we are gonna start out, and I'm gonna admit by starting out with my memory may be a bit fuzzy from our brief January quarterly meeting. I think we covered the appointment to the Yampa White
Yes, we
Green,
did.
and okay, so we will skip over item A on the general manager's report 6A. And move right to 6B, which is the Colorado River Basin Hydrology Report, for which we have our star-studded duo, DK and Don Meyer, I believe, is also on. Excellent. There they are on the Brady Bunch screen here at the board. All right, take it away, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us, and look forward to hearing about it.
All right. Well, good to see everybody. I'm going to assume you can hear and see us. Well, sounds like you can see us. Provided I don't hear anything or arms waving, you can hear me. I'm going to start off the show. And I should also verify, of course, you can see my screen, running multiple screens here. So for the special joint board meeting, it's kind of business as usual, but remotely. Don and I will tag team and give you the highlights, the headline, so to speak. And the headline that you've all been living and breathing is weather whiplash. And this is in, I should say, my memo. Even though the memo was written in late December, it's still pretty much as is. We went through a really wet period, then followed by a dry period, followed by a wet period and a dry period. So we're kind of back where we started, and it's not the best place to be. So the April through July inflow forecast, and these are the headlines we're going to go through today and fill in the details, trying to jam a lot of information in about 20 minutes or so. And so the forecast is below average for Lake Powell, and that's really the surrogate for the upper Colorado River Basin, right? And on top of that, we have well below average basin storage, Lake Powell and Mead. This is not news, except that we are setting records for low storage, 36% of system capacity when you look at Powell, Mead, and the lower basin storage. That's kind of eye-opening, right? This has put the lower basin into tier 1 shortage. That means essentially that Arizona, the state of Arizona, will be taking more than 500,000 acre-feet less. And in fact, Mexico will take a little less. I'm not going to go into great detail about that, but there is the provisions of the drought contingency plan and the interim guidelines that govern the operation of Powell and Mead have kicked in so that less water will be released, about 500,000 to 600,000 acre feet less from Mead this year, water year 2022. So in addition, we'll talk about, and Don will jump in and drill down on the river district outlook. And you can see that the Colorado right now, we're kind of, and it's early in the season, right? These forecasts subject to great uncertainty and quite a bit of change, right? Based on the weather. All the forecasts assume that the weather will be average from here on out. And if it's not, then the forecast will do what happened last year and decrease significantly. But right now we're looking near average. Operations that you'll hear about, Green Mountain Reservoir, which is critical. The substitution from last year, an extremely dry year, is ending those operations. Don will talk about that. Wolford Mountain, the fill is uncertain. We're hopeful, of course, that we can fill a pretty large hole in Wolford Mountain. And you can see the other basins, the Yampa White near average and the Gunnison, in particular Blue Mesa, because recovery is projected to be slow and we have a huge deficit, we don't anticipate Blue Mesa to fill. So I'm going to show a lot of graphs. These are in my memo. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have a lot of time to go into detail, but what I want your eye to go to, both left and right, left is 21 and right is 22, is that we are tracking in a cumulative sense the flows in the Colorado River near the state line at or below record low observed cumulative flows 2 years in a row. So that is obviously not good. And we are developing what we would call a cumulative deficit, not only in the physical shortage or storage levels in the reservoirs, but in the soil moisture, and believe it or not, sort of in the atmosphere, where the atmosphere is drying and these warming conditions are continuing to make it challenging to recover to what some people are calling the new normal. And I'll talk about the new normal and what that means for hydrologists like Don and I and other on staff. This colorful plot is also in the memo, so you can refer to it. It's the same station, the state line on Colorado River main stem, the black line showing the observed flows for the full record, almost 70 years. And you can see we want to be in the green, which is the average sort of normal condition. And we are well below that, right? And likewise in the Gunnison, even lower. And it's been tracking this way for 2 years. And we are breaking records in some cases. When it's below the brown and into the white, that's record low territory. So how do we get to this point? Again, I'm going to tell you things that you have been living and breathing, but we are living through an unprecedented millennial drought, 22 years running almost. And it's regional. It's affecting almost the entire West. You can only see a few white areas, and it's growing and shifting in those dark areas. There are some slivers of good news as we drill down into Colorado. The West Slope, the only yellow areas, which is the lowest abnormal dry condition. I'm going to turn on my pointer here. Maybe it's going to work. That, you know, this region here in the headwaters of the Colorado has improved. That's not saying a whole lot, but what has really decreased or gotten worse is in the east slope. We've had a role reversal. You'll remember the east slope was sort of doing much better, but the thirsty atmosphere, which peaked right in around late December when we had that horrendous Marshall fire, you know, you can see it clearly in these maps in the parameters that make up the drought monitor. And as you pull back a little bit to the area of our concern for water supply, it's not good. We're basically showing 100% of the Colorado River, and RFC stands for River Forecast Center, their service area, 100% is it abnormally dry or worse. So again, this is sobering. Now, again, a few glimmers of hope. This map, which I think is a little bit overly optimistic, is an NRCS product that shows the current snow water equivalent, known as SWE, percent of normal. It looks pretty good, right? You look at this and everything's green, or, you know, almost 90% or greater. besides the Rio Grande, with a bright spot in the Gunnison. Now, a few things that we need to keep in mind, and these maps are averages on an aerial or spatial extent, right? And also over time. And what I want to talk about here in a few slides is the period of record of which we are comparing to has shifted. We are comparing to a drier average, so things look better. And I'm going to come back to this. But also, as we drill down and we look at more point source, that was an aerial depiction, right, of the watersheds. If we look at a time series, and this is a time series plot, a lot going on in this plot, but I really like it because it shows you kind of the lowest and the highest and where we are in black here. And here's December. We were pretty dry and we had that beautiful, some might say, atmospheric river event where we had 2 weeks of really good precipitation regionally, and it lifted all boats, so to speak, and all snowtail sites, which measure the point snow water equivalent, and brought us up to well above average. And people were rejoicing and forecasts were looking good and slapping ourselves in the back. And then all of a sudden it turned off. This plateau, this flat line has brought us right back to average. The green line is average. This is a depiction of multiple sites across the Upper Colorado River Basin. And today we are just at average, okay, for basically this surrogate measure for inflow to Lake Powell. Now that is, I should say, that's the snowpack above Lake Powell. It's not the inflow yet. When you try to forecast what that snow will do going forward, you assume average conditions and you basically run it through some computer models. This plot, this busy plot, shows how the forecast, again, where my cursor is, was peaked out above average, and since early January has fallen dramatically. We are somewhere in the range of 76, 78% of average for our water supply season, which again is defined as April through July. Okay, and this is another key place that we are comparing the average number. We're comparing against a period of record, a 30-year period of record, and that 30-year period of record is shifted. And it's not a sleight of hand. It is a well accepted practice by the Weather Service and the World Meteorological Organization. Again, this is in the memo, but I just want to drive this point home that we've changed our frame of reference. So it looks a little better. Well, what would it have looked like in our old frame of reference, the previous frame of reference, which, so every 10 years, we shift it forward by 10 years, okay? This period of record, this reference that I want to talk about. Previously, it was 1981 to 2010, which did not really have a lot of dry years. In fact, had the wet 80s. So you might say it was biased in the wet direction. Move forward to today with our new frame of reference, 1991 to 2020, and that's a drier frame of reference, right? We have now the millennial drought, the last 10 years, and we've removed those high years in the 80s. Okay, so the average has shifted from the blue. I'm sorry, from the blue to the red in our averages. So again, when people talk about percent of average, we really have to keep this in mind. And it has dropped. If the forecast stayed at about, for the water year, 7.5 million acre feet, in the old frame of reference, that was only 68% of average. Our new frame of reference, 77% of average, as we talked about. That's our current forecast. So it's a little different. This is the new normal in terms of statistical comparison. And I don't want to go too deep, but I have this one more slide that I think hopefully helps paint the picture. For Lake Powell in particular, the blue is the previous frame of reference and the red is today's frame of reference. And it really represents 10 to 11% of decrease from those two frames of reference. And so again, these are all relative measures of what we have and what we can expect going forward. So keep that in mind as we go through here. Again, as we pull back and we look at the entire Colorado River, Upper Colorado River Basin, we have this teacup diagram generated by Reclamation. Most of the slides I'm showing are from the Bureau of Reclamation and their statistics. So the inflow forecasts for different periods. This is again the water supply period. About 5 million acre feet are projected to run off, and that would be 78% of the new frame of reference. Well, what does that mean? Can we fill up Lake Powell? Well, certainly not with that forecast. We're at 26% of active capacity. Again, as your eye goes around the basin, you'll see that we're half full at Navajo, 1/3 full or less at Blue Mesa, and Flaming Gorge is doing better at this point. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Drought Response Operations Agreement. There are projections that, and what we did last year, we moved water from these upper reservoirs down to Lake Powell to protect essentially the power pool. Okay, I'm going to talk about that some more, but I'm just bringing the highlights out first. So keep that in mind, the water year and the projected inflows. If the weather is average going forward, we can only expect about 3/4 of what we normally get in the last 30 years. Excuse me, in the last 30 years. Looking at the levels at Lake Powell a little bit differently, this shows average sort of conditions over the old frame of reference and where we are today, which is in record low territory. The current data shows us below anything we've ever observed, setting records every day for low levels at Powell. So as we look forward in our crystal ball and in our models, and I say ours, these are reclamation tools, we have a cloud of possibilities going forward. And this is a tough one to explain quickly, but I'm going to try. Here we are today, more or less, and using the previous projections from January, and we are expecting a new forecast this week. So this is a little out of date, but the cloud of possibilities between high and low of what could occur based on projections is not, on the low end, is not good. This line here, 3525 feet above mean sea level, is what we have all been trying to protect. This is what you have heard about with respect to the power pool. This dotted dash line is the absolute level of the intake for the power turbines. Okay, this is where we are today. This is where we may go. The three colors, minimum probable, which is a 90% exceedance, or 90% of the time it would be exceeded in our record. The most probable, 50% exceedance, or the wettest, max probable flow, 10% exceedance. Only 10% of the years are this wet or wetter. And you can see that from today going forward, we have a high likelihood that we will be below 3525 this spring before runoff occurs. Now, Reclamation is doing everything they can to not go below 3525 to jeopardize the turbines and the safety of the power plant. And so they have changed some operations in the early part of the year, and I'll show you that in a second. But before I do, just consider this range of possibilities. And this is all driven by the amount of snow and the weather that we get, temperature and precipitation between now and, essentially the snow accumulation season of April 1st or April 15th. Because that's the amount of snow in our white reservoir that runs off. All right, so there's a lot there. I just wanted to just leave it up there for a second. But to remind you that operations are occurring today. We have low inflows and a prescribed outflow from Lake Powell or Glen Canyon Dam. In the temporary pattern, we have an annual volume of 7.48 million acre feet being released in water year 2022. We divide that up by months, of course, and in the green, it's our standard pattern that would be followed by reclamation. But what reclamation has decided to do is to borrow, if you will, some water, reduce less water in January, February, March, and April, as shown here, to keep the level at Lake Powell at or above, 3525. It should work, and you saw it in the previous slide, just right at the level of 3525. But it does not change the annual volume to be released from Glen Canyon Dam. So later in the season, when the snow comes in, or I'm sorry, when the snow melts and the runoff comes in, that we will be forced to, when complying with the interim guidelines, to release more to get to that 7.48 million acre feet. The difference here is 350,000 acre feet. And that's the amount that they are hoping, reclamation is hoping to use to protect the power pool. It's the same concept that we're borrowing water from some of the upper basin facilities like Blue Mesa, Flaming Gorge, Navajo, and what did I forget? The other main stem upper basin facilities to protect 3525, okay, under the Drought Response Operations Agreement, DROA. And that's what happened last year. Remember, in the fall, Blue Mesa was called upon to release additional volumes of water to protect Lake Powell 3525. And I believe it was about 36,000 acre feet of additional water that was released from Blue Mesa in a dry year. So same plot we showed earlier for Powell. This is for Blue Mesa. Record low territories. We're in that white area that we've never seen at about 20% of capacity at Blue Mesa. What does all this mean? There's a whole lot going on. We are, what I want to reiterate is we are fully within our running obligation to release water from Glen Canyon Dam and comply with the Colorado River Compact. We are not we're not close to violating those obligations. What you're seeing here in the blue columns is what gets released from Glen Canyon Dam. We talked about 7.48 in 2022, this yellow line. It's the first time we've released 7.48 since 2014. You may remember there was a series of 9 million acre foot releases, which helped our running average, which is shown in red, stay well above our running requirement of 75 million acre feet, shown in purple. Okay. But as we go forward, and you've seen some of the board members, you've seen this before. I've shown this. If we assume that we continue to release 7.48 under dry hydrology, we still stay within compliance above both 75 million in purple and 82.3 in green, which again, you'll remember possibly that represents an increment that is due to Mexico. There's a whole lot of legal issues here, but it's within what we call the minimum objective release. That's what the green line shows under the long range operating criteria. So a lot going on in this plot too. Just want you to take home that we are well above our requirements, even if we continue with our minimum release of 7.48 over the next 3 or 4 years. So that's the Colorado River Compact accounting summary. And I'm going to pause and hand it over to Don. He's going to kind of go into the next section, which really is much more about our backyard here in the Colorado River main stem. So Don, if you're set to go, I'll drive and you can speak.
Bet, and I know we have a limited time here. Yeah, we're just gonna now focus on the River District and state of Colorado hydrology. There's, again, the cyclic nature of the climate, as DK pointed out, was evident. In June, we had drought on the west slope, which continues, albeit abated a bit, and then east slope bounty. In December, west slope bounty, east slope drought. So the tables turn there. Now, currently, we have La Nina water supply distribution and outlook. Really, the outlook and the distribution are driven by the La Nina conditions that had been anticipated. And then finally, we'll talk about the enterprise facilities, operations, Elkhead and Wolford. Next slide. So here's a slide that includes some graphics from the Western Water Assessment folks that were doing an assessment of the Marshall Fire conditions. And we see the really tale of two climates here between March and July, very wet on the east slope and dry on the west slope. These rankings kind of flipped over in the August to December timeframe, and as everyone at DK says, everybody's lived this, and folks obviously in the upper east slope villages really suffered greatly. Just a quick step back, we have modeled snow and water supply forecasts that are overlaying here. And I wanted to show really the significant areas are really quite small compared to the overall aerial extent of the basin. We can see somewhat of a La Nina pattern here, although if you look up at the Wind River modeled snow, that red blotch up to the north there, maybe not anticipated in terms of a La Nina condition. DK's pointing that out here. And then the other anomaly here with respect to La Nina distribution is the Grand Mesa and the Uncompahgre plateau in dark blue there that DK is pointing out. But we also have really dry conditions to the south, which would be anticipated in a La Nina condition. Next slide. And so we've got this list of water supply forecasts that were on that last slide, but want to zoom into the River District area. You can see that generally you have light blue, green, and yellow in our northern areas, which are near to slightly below average. Those are, again, both the water supply and the modeled snow conditions. And then to the south in the upper Gunnison, we have very poor snowpack and water supply conditions. So the green is at 73% above Flaming Gorge and 88% down at Green River, which really takes advantage of the Colorado and Yampa inputs. The Yampa is at 99% at Deer Lodge. These are water supply forecasts. Elkhead's looking pretty good still, albeit down a little bit from earlier in the year. So we have 79,000 acre foot forecast and a 10,000 acre foot hole to fill. So should be a problem there. Stagecoach at 96%. Water supply forecast, Little Snake down to 83%. Cameo, Dotsero, Green Mountain, Root Eye are all slightly below average. Wolford comes in at 82%. Uncertain weather will fill there, 42,000 acre foot. Forecast to come in with 35,000 acre foot to fill. Plus we have some bypass needs, so I'm not feeling real comfortable there. Gunnison at 83%. Again, surface coming off the Grand Mesa, 115% of average. Uncompahgre, however, right at 50% of average, so there's a sort of dichotomy there. Taylor Park at 106%, Blue Mesa 90%, and Tamaichi Creek water supply forecast 70%. As you go south, San Juan, 2/3 of what you might expect based on the record. Powell, as DK pointed out, about 3/4 of what the historical record shows, about 5 million acre feet. And the Salt and the Gila are well below average. So again, this north to south disparity really driven by La Nina conditions. DK showed the Powell evolving water supply forecast. This is just the same forecast at Cameo, and again shows the variability through the last month and a half. Initially, the forecast in mid-December was very poor, buoyed by our atmospheric river conditions, the snow globe late December conditions, and then more recently with absence of precipitation and the warm conditions, we've dropped back below average at Cameo. Next slide. And again, this is kind of what DK showed in the overall big basin plot of snow-tail conditions. These are the conditions above Cameo, and we can see that plateau that DK talked about since the first of the year. Just a huge boost late December, and now we're a little bit below average being in the gold. Next slide. Same concept here, evolving snowpack, this time at Mesa Lakes, a single snow-tail site. We can see again, we're in pretty good shape, and now we're back down to near average, even in our bright spot. Next slide. Wolford, recent operations, 21 and 22. We had this huge release for substitution to pay back Green Mountain for Denver's take up in the Upper Blue. About 23,000 acre feet that we released in August through November. And now we're down about 30 feet from full. And anticipating that we will have a chance to fill this year, but there's no certainty there. And really, Green Mountain, even though they have about a 95% of average snowpack, if that slips, or actually that's forecast, if that slips some more, we may see another substitution year, albeit maybe certainly not a major substitution year, but would get Wolford next year. Next slide. Not to be let Yampa, the flows at Yampa River recently have been buoyed by both the rainfall that we received in September and just overall better conditions, climatic conditions have contributed to a near normal stream flow at the Mayville gauge. Next slide. Elkhead recent operations. Again, Elkhead worked pretty hard this year. We are looking at, we have refilled quite a bit from that low point in early October. But again, we had almost 8,000 acre feet released during the late irrigation season to supplement stream flows for the endangered fish, call mitigation from the pilot pool, and other releases for stream flow enhancement. Next slide. Here's a quick list. I think y'all probably saw this in October, a list of pools that were available out of LCAD. LCAD releases really made a huge difference in 2021. Again, almost 10,000 acre-foot made available and about 8,000 acre-foot actually released. Next slide. The Meeker gauge and on the White River shows below average stream flow condition currently and really throughout the last 3 months. Next slide. And finally, the Climate Prediction Center shows really a La Nina driven outlook for precipitation and temperature. For our area in Colorado, we're looking at somewhat below average chances for above average precipitation. And the flip side for temperature, where we can anticipate a little warmer than average climate for the next 3 months. I think that's all we have. So we could take some questions if there's time.
What was the good news?
No wonder they didn't come in person.
Yeah.
So my understanding of Bob Herbert's presentation at Colorado Water Congress, if I understood him correctly, and Lord knows, numbers sometimes confuse me, but aren't we pretty close to dead storage in Blue Mesa? I mean, there's nothing left to send downstream much, is there?
Yeah, I think that's correct. If we were to have a healthy runoff, I think that's the volume of water that reclamation may be considering for a drought response operation situation. It's very early. There are, I wanted to mention, ongoing discussions. And in fact, there's a public comment period open right now. It's hard to actually provide much comment because there's not any proposal yet developed. A lot is going to be happening in the next few weeks as the next 24-month study gets published by Reclamation, which will show the projected inflow and the projected operations. To get at your point, Madam President, about is there any water to give, and what about our local water users? Of course, that's I think the good news there is that Reclamation understands that the first fill for the Uncompahgre Valley water users folks is first and foremost, and has to be met first. And so that's the case there. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here as requested. And but I think that's the issue with respect to Blue Mesa. There we go. Sorry about that.
Thanks, DK. I think we're running a little late. Are
Yes.
any other pressing hydrology questions, or are you guys all so depressed that
We're gonna stress.
perfect? Well, the next one's a really exciting conversation. Audrey's going to lead this conversation on insurance requirements for our contractees of the River District. Audrey, you want to take it away?
Sure, and I'll try to go quickly. And sorry, I'm not there in person today. It's good to see you all again. So as Peter alluded to earlier in his report, staff is coming to the board to take request consideration for modifying our standard insurance requirements for contractors for River District contractors. So a couple of years ago, legal counsel recommended to the board that we increase our standard insurance requirements as a result of the increase in the waiver of immunity under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act. At the time, that waiver increased from 990,000 to 1,093,000, and that limit is scheduled to increase again soon for inflation every 4 years. So at the time, the board went ahead and approved the standard contract insurance limits of $2 million for all contracts, unless a waiver is approved by legal counsel. So we've been operating under that for a couple of years. And honestly, it's created some challenges for a lot of contractors. Some larger companies, it's no big deal, but that $2 million per occurrence limit is difficult to get for some of those contractors. And it's been kind of amplified recently with our community funding partnership agreements, and some of those smaller entities have a hard time meeting that. So we recognize that council wants to take the most conservative approach and protect the River District as much as possible, which we appreciate. But it has kind of created these inefficiencies and some increased cost on occasion for our contractors to meet those limits. The River District does also carry our own insurance. We've got a $2 million per occurrence and a $3 million excess liability. And so staff believes that by reducing the standard insurance requirement limit back to the $1 million per occurrence, while it may represent some increase in liability for the district, we do have our coverage, which should respond in those circumstances. So we are here to recommend or ask that the board consider reducing that standard insurance requirement for all contracts back to the $1 million, unless the legal counsel recommends a higher limit for some, contract specific work that is higher risk, and we would want a higher limit, such as maybe work at Wolford or other projects.
Director Chandler.
Audrey, what is the reason that some people have a hard time meeting that? Is it the cost of the additional insurance, or is it something else that makes them not able to get that?
Well, it's the cost, and I spoke with our insurance agent back in December about it, and he said that it's a smaller number of carriers that offer that $2 million policy limit. So for certain governments, it's easier to get, and large contractors it is, but for the standard, general contractor or ditch company or things like that, it's a different market to get into that $2 million coverage level.
Okay, so is Director McGinnis?
Yeah, so does the River District policy, does it have any requirement within it, the fine print of it, that requires us to require our contractors that they insure to the amount of liability issued by the state or protected by the state under governmental immunity?
I don't believe so. I looked at that, but I'm not the lawyer, and so I don't think that our insurance would require us to have our contractors meet the minimum under the Colorado Government Immunity Act.
And how about these contractors, I guess I'm confused with contractors. That like somebody
Hydros, for example, doing our consulting work.
Yeah, okay.
The people who are drilling the holes for testing.
Well, actually, they were a subcontractor, but HDR engineering, that would probably be one we would require $2 million no matter what, just because of the nature of the work. But if you look at all of our CFP contracts or our grant contracts, they all require insurance amounts to make sure that if they get sued while doing their projects and we get sued along with them, that their insurance covers us. It could be a simple ditch lining project in Delta County that a ditch company would not have the ability to go out and get $2 million, or if we did, it would cost them a couple $1,000 extra. So those are we have a ton of those kind of contracts. Our cleaning crew who comes in to clean up at Wolford is a good example, right? That kind of stuff where it's just, in most instances, it's not conceivable that we're going to have $1 million of liability arising out of those situations, much less $2 million. What we try to do is contract with and encourage our awardees to contract with local contractors And the small mom and pop shops are just not carrying $2 million because no one else is requiring it. And that's where the practical, because I think our lawyers are right. Governmental immunity is slowly increasing, right? The pool was set at $1 million and it's now growing with the rate of inflation. So we'll see that growth rate. But we don't, there are some exceptions, but generally we don't contract with very high risk entities or high risk activities. And that's, we're just trying to make us a little bit more efficient and help the people we're trying to help with anyway.
And as I understand it, if we went with staff recommendation, it doesn't prevent us on a case-specific basis for big projects to ask for more insurance. It's just kind of the difference between opt-in and opt-out. You know, we're just flipping what the standard is. It doesn't prevent us from doing something else on a case-specific basis.
Well, you know, on the risk factor for those people is proportionate to their size. Very rarely we ever go above. But,
Director Monk.
So I'm all right with this, and it seems like it probably has been over or accentuated more by the community funding partnerships projects. And I understand that totally, and which we then probably pay out of our grant funds, which then don't get things on the ground or in the system or funded insurance agents. I guess I am a little concerned about, you know, a case specific on raising the amount. How and who and when, and well, thank you very much, and you know, how did I get to be special? So, you know, so that would be, I mean, so I don't know, I guess I'm kind of curious to you guys, the staff, how you would decide, well, if we can charge these guys $2 million coverage. How do you decide that when without having it written down somewhere?
Well, I don't know that I can, I'll take a stab at my perspective, but Peter and Jason should probably weigh in on it. You know, someone who's gonna give an expert opinion and run an investigation on a dam that is moving, that $2 million insurance is barely gonna cover it, right? Maybe it will, maybe it won't, depending on how egregious the action is that they or take. But we're gonna, that type of activity where there's higher risk or exposure to the district, I think we would weigh in. Myself and Peter and Jason review, Peter or Jason, I should say, review every contract that comes through, every contract request. So it would basically be us making that call along with our engineering department that says, hey, wait a minute, we got to flag this one as a higher risk or higher exposure. Peter, Jason, you guys have other thoughts?
This is Jason, and I think from my perspective, where a lot of the inefficiencies come in this instance is, you know, we can reach an accommodation with our various contractors, but it's that time, you know, because this is our standard form contract. If we're doing something of a larger scale, obviously we're going to require additional insurance. I think where a lot of the inefficiencies come is with staff trying to get with the legal department to say, hey, this is what they have. Can we waive this aspect of it? And then us making the analysis on the level of work that's going on. You know, how a number of these contractors have met this $2 million requirement is they will typically have $1 million in general liability and then another $1 million or more in an umbrella policy, which we have found to be acceptable. But I think the inefficiencies are that this is our standard contract. These are our standard requirements. So it does take time on the part of staff to kind of run the trap line on that. But as Audrey and Andy both indicated, aside, you know, we review the vast majority of contracts that come through. The only exception to that are the contracts that you have recently approved that don't go through legal for recognized sort of administrative and very low risk work.
Those already have a lower insurance requirement associated with them pursuant to the board.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes. Would you like to move?
All right, I move that the River District approve a modification to the standard liability insurance requirements for River District contractors from 2 million to 1 million unless advised otherwise by staff.
Okay, Director Chandler Henry has moved the staff recommendation in gray, I think it was gray.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? Director
Just one other brief question. So Hunter, in that case, then one of our smaller contractors could get the $500,000 general liability and then pick up an umbrella for $500,000, correct?
Jason, I think that question's for you.
Yes, that should work. I mean, it depends on the coverage under their umbrella insurance, but that should work to meet the million. It's generally, we don't see a lot of issues where people are carrying less than $1 million in general liability. That's the pretty standard policy.
Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. All right, that passes.
Great. Next item is the Yampa pilot project overview and LCAP project updates. Just want to remind the board that last year really go back 2 years. 2 years ago in August, the board at a special meeting authorized the district to release water into the Yampa from our marketable pool when it wasn't being when there was no contracting party. We released it into the Yampa to try to keep the call off the river. And our concern was it was the second time ever that a call had been on the Yampa. It was 2020. The folks, the cattle operations on the lower Yampa were taking their cattle off of their permits early because the permits had no feed on them, and due to the drought. And as they were getting their cattle down onto their pastures, a call came out on the river and closed off or shut off a number of their pumps. We released water to try to keep those pumps in operation so the cattle operations wouldn't have to sell off parts of their herd or suffer otherwise. We ran into some bumps when we did that with the division engineer up there, which we worked through, and it ended up, I think, helping it. The call did come off. We did admittedly have some help with our with Mother Nature and providing some moisture in late summer up there as well. But in anticipation of that occurring again, the spring of 2021, we came to the board and suggested that we run a little pilot project where we actually use our CFP funds to pay our enterprise that owns the water in the in LCAT Reservoir, which we had never successfully leased to anybody, to see if we could demonstrate the usefulness of stored water in keeping the call off on the Yampa. And this board authorized a $50,000 expenditure in CFP funds to the enterprise up to that amount for 1,500 acre-feet of water. We, as identified in the memo, which I think is page 60 of 231 on the PDF, we released that. The governor and the CWCB came in and bought another 677 acre feet because we heard they were interested in trying to help drought relief. And so we promptly offered our remaining marketable pool up to them, see if the state wanted to buy some water to release for augmentation purposes to consumptive users. They agreed to do that. And then we worked with Tri-State and the Water Trust to release additional acre feet out of Tri-State's pool up there. It ended up working really well. There were 3 days that the call came on the Yampa in July. It kind of snuck up on everybody. But because of the work we had done the previous year, we had excellent communication between Don and Hunter and Aaron Light and her team up in Division 6. They talked almost daily. They were looking to make sure that we were releasing enough water to prevent the call from coming on, but not too much water so we'd be able to extend our releases. From our perspective, and I think from the perspective of folks up in the Yampa, it was a tremendous success, and it really helped folks up there. It helped hopefully identify the benefits of having water stored during hot, dry periods that seem to be happening more often. Coming into this year, let me just say, we are still studying exactly how much of that water was diverted onto fields. So we've got diversion records that are just being finalized by the Division Engineer's Office. We will be analyzing those and really digging down or drilling down into what kind of benefit to the consumptive water users was brought, and what benefit was brought to the in-stream water users, or the in-stream flows in the Yampa. We think it was probably about a 50-50 percentage benefit on those water releases we did, meaning that about half the water benefited the stream, which means it benefited the endangered fish, which means keeping the endangered fish alive, help our water users continue to be able to divert water. So it really helped the water users again. The other half we think was diverted and actually applied for consumptive use on the river, or on ranches. We're looking at that, and we'll have a better feel for that in a few months. But we're getting ready to look at this year, and unfortunately, as you just saw from those two depressing guys who were afraid to even show their faces, we are looking at a pretty bad year up in the Yampa again, and as well as every other river. And so we are currently exploring the option of applying to the Yampa River Fund, which is a private and nonprofit that was set up through a variety of efforts as a board that represents both the NGO community and the community. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom Gray, you sit on that board, and I believe Hunter Causey sits on the board for the River District. I think that the Nature Conservancy is heavily involved in it as well. They have a fund of money that they've put together to help the Yampa basin, and we are contemplating applying for funds from them to help us continue this pilot project, essentially with the offer that we would go 1-to-1 on dollars towards 1,500 acres. So if our marketing rates are similar, they would pay $25,000, or we would get money from that, and then our CFP potentially could cover the other 25,000. And because I think the project has really benefited the Yampa and really helped. Our goal, right, as an enterprise, is to actually have a revenue stream that makes the business operate in the black. It's something that I've worked on with the help of our staff since I came in, and we've actually started to get much closer to that than the enterprise ever was. So I don't feel like we should continue to lose money in the enterprise, but if there's a way we can do this with the resources we have and the community and the Yampa has, we're interested in that. I want to stop and just give the board an opportunity to just give us direction. I'm not asking for approval right now because we don't have the approval, but we'd like to, between now and our April meeting, apply to the Yampa River Fund for that grant, and want to see if that was something this board thought was an appropriate effort. So,
Yes, Director Munger.
Yeah, so I commend you, Andy, and I appreciate, and I think Director Gray will agree with me as well. I think this is a great idea. I mean, a whole bunch of things that accomplishes. They're trying to create the enterprise fund, have sustaining a fund. This is the reason why the Yampa River Fund was created, to do these things. I kept telling everybody, put your money where your mouth is. Let's come up with some contribution programs and funds. And TNC has orchestrated, and then the private people have come up, basically a $2 million fund that Tom knows better than me because he's been, but again, it's been living off of its revenues off of it. So I'm totally supportive of that. And I'm also totally supportive of the potential not giving the water away, that, the CFP, asking our one pocket to fill another pocket, so to speak, and go from there. So I support both aspects of it.
So is that a motion?
Yeah, I'd make that motion.
We don't need a motion. We're just
You're
looking
just
for direction.
looking for
Sorry,
direction.
yeah,
Okay.
just direction.
All right.
And I know Tom Gray might have something to say, so I don't know.
Director Gray?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I know I don't want to repeat what Andy and Doug have said. Just want to say that it really was, the pilot project was groundbreaking, and it showed that we could do some good in our basin where we don't have a lot of storage. We could do a lot of good for both consumptive and non-consumptive users. And I think going forward, we do need to apply to the Yampa River Fund because that's what it was set up for. And I have nothing, it's just a great program and a great idea. So it probably dovetails with the next one as well.
So is both directors Munger and Gray have articulated this very well, as did Andy. Does anybody have a different perspective?
So one question, does this impact Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District at all and take anything from them?
Not really, no, it's a different stretch of the river,
I got
and down the river, and so, it's way off.
I didn't know how far that administration actually went up.
Well, the upper Yampa has been under administration since the enlisted steamboat in 2004. So it really, and it's basically, we can't deliver water out of Stagecoach for this stretch of river anyhow, unless we partner or resell it to somebody else with an intergovernmental agreement or whatever. So I think it's a great use for Elkhead water too.
And I would say, I actually think it benefits folks in the Upper Yampa because it keeps a very deep call from coming on the river at the Lily Park pumps that could affect people above the confluence of Elkhead Creek and the Yampa. So it does stretch up very well. It does actually benefit greater than just the lower.
And this also provides benefit to the Great Northern Water Conservancy District as well. That's now having to come up with an augmentation plan or source, and it helps them move through this process as well.
Yeah, I think it's an available temporary water supply.
I understand.
Just a quick comment. I think this is exactly what voters were hoping to see when they approved that tax increase of the funding.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to say, I think for me, it's part of the reason the River District was established is to find these kind of creative solutions and because we can step up above and look at experiences in other basins and say, hey, we've got an idea here, let's try it out. We have the resources and the ability, thanks to the 7A, to really bring solutions to the table. And I just think it worked out extremely well this year. We'll see how it works out in the future. And that's a great segue into there are a lot of cooperative efforts going on up there, and I think many of you have read the Colorado Water Trust Supply Agreement section of the memo from Hunter. I want to say before we get into that, since that memo was written, some of the interested stakeholders in the Yampa have, including the Upper Yampa Water, and actually led by the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy, are convening together to talk about long-term solutions on the Yampa River for keeping the river healthy and the calls off the river, with the use of combined strategic use of the storage that Upper Yampa controls, we control, and other parties in the Yampa. And so it is an approach that I think, I would say they're exploring what I call is there a solution that floats all boats in the Yampa, essentially? Not just the RAP companies' boats, but the farmers, ranchers, the city of Steamboat, all of the interested parties. How do we help balance that river out in a better way than has been managed? And is there a way with the storage and coordinated effort to do that? So we're really looking at that. We've got a couple of our legal staff and our engineering staff will be participating in a series of meetings here in the short term to start that discussion. And that kind of came to fruition after this request from the Water Trust. And I think the water trust request is a good one, and they're looking for an agreement that says, hey, we've got water, we'll lease it to you. If we have it, if we haven't leased it for consumptive uses or other purposes, we'll lease it to the water trust on, but the water trust really was looking for a commitment so they could go out and raise funds. And I think it's a great idea. I've been talking with Tom Gray recently. The suggestion was made that, the water trust interest is a good one, but should we hold off on that to see what happens in these other discussions with everybody to make sure that we don't somehow obligate water to one segment of the water user population when we're really trying to find a holistic approach that satisfies the whole river. And I apologize, I see Allison Gould is on here. We haven't had a chance to talk about this, Allison, since you guys applied for this. I think at this point, what I would recommend that we hold off temporarily with the water trust agreement and authorization for me and Peter to review it and approve it, just to see what's going on up in the Yampa with the holistic approach to the river. I think there are solutions that are going to be really creative up there, and I'm actually very excited because I think it's the kind of solutions we need during these incredibly dry years, and I just want to give it a chance before we start obligating or documenting those obligations.
Then I think what you're suggesting is that we defer any action on that agreement. Yes, Director. Just a quick question: how fast is that process?
Well, we're going to find out, and we should know by April. So I think in terms of impacting the water trust, hopefully it really won't impact their ability to deal with it. But we can, and if you recall, we have those bi-weekly meetings. So if it looks like that larger group process is going to take decades, then we'll come back and talk about the water trust agreement pretty quickly in one of those legislative calls.
Or even just a year at least, so they do need to raise money for this year.
Yeah, we could definitely help them with it.
I just shook my head because now you piqued our interest, you're not going to give us the final answer.
Right.
Okay.
So
we will take no action then at request of counsel. Yes.
Yeah, so Andy, this is different than this here is then again different from what we were just talking about.
Oh, yeah.
25.
Yep.
And so I guess I'm all right with us continuing on discussion. I guess for knowledge here, the Upper Yampa did contract a 10-year contract with the Water Trust, 3 different colors of water, so to speak, and then 3 different pricings on that water based on, the predictability and how often it might be used. So we're happy with that. And then I guess that the Upper Yampa is pleased with that and the ability to provide wet water in the Yampa River, especially through the Steamboat area that needs it a lot as well. So again, I'm good with, I don't know where we're going to end up going. We're still going to be back in if the situation needs to be stored water that's going to solve the problem, that's going to come back in one of our hands. Right now, we don't get any water. I mean, we're turning water out in Stagecoach. Some of it will get down the river and the rest. And we're still talking about the shepherding of the division engineer and how far and what and where, her legal ability to shepherd. So anyhow, I'm fine with the discussion, but I just make sure.
So just to be clear with everyone, this is not the last we will probably hear about this topic. It will either come up at our April meeting on the normal agenda, or it may come up before then in one of our bi-weekly meetings for legislative, or special meetings for legislative issues. All right?
Yes, and I do want to say the Water Trust is a great partner, specifically in the Yampa and actually in Colorado. We have done a number of transactions with them, which have financially helped the health of the enterprise. So at the moment, I've got the hat on of the chief financial officer at the enterprise. And I like people who want to pay us for our work, right? So let's just keep that in mind. And back in 2018, the board approved policy for leasing water to in-channel for in-channel uses. The limitations on that are 1-year contracts, and that's why we're coming back and talking about this. We have made quite a bit of money for the enterprise on 1-year in-channel leases, and we haven't taken any of that water away from consumptive users who would have otherwise leased it, because there were no consumptive users lined up to lease that water. So we're actually, we're helping the enterprise and keeping water available for all areas in the community. I think it's important for us to recognize the value of having in-channel water. And it's kind of like our pilot project up in Yampa, right? It helps us sustain the fishery, helps us sustain the river. It also helps us sustain the agricultural community. And there's a real nexus there that is a positive. So I just appreciate the support on that. Next item on the agenda.
I just thought I would just jump in here on that last subject just for a minute. It's not all the time that you get offers for someone saying, hey, we'd like to make a deal on some water. The Water Trust has reached out and done that. And I want to make clear, we're not saying no. I just think we don't think it's quite right to say yes yet, pending there may be some modifications that could happen to the deal that might benefit all users in a different way, or be something that the local group comes up with. And so I just want to be clear, Andy and I have talked the last couple of days, a time or two, and we're on the same page that, and I want you guys to understand, it's a good offer, and we're just saying, just not now, and because of the timing. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you very much.
Next item is just an update from our Colorado River Basin Roundtable representative, who also happens to be our senior counsel, Jason Turner, chair of the Colorado River Basin Roundtable. I love saying that because it just makes Jason's hair turn a little grayer when I say that. So, Jason, if you can, there's just been some activity on the BIP that Jason wanted to provide an update to the board since he's the board's representative.
Sure. Thanks, Andy. I'm not sure how many directors might have been able to tune in to the CWCB's water plan workshop that they had at their meeting prior to Water Congress. But if you were there, you might have heard that the publication of the various basin BIPs was being put on hold. They had intended to publish them that week to allow the Colorado Basin Roundtable to meet regarding an issue that kind of cropped up between our November and our January meeting. And we were thankful for that opportunity to get together and discuss this issue. With all the roundtables, the Colorado River Roundtable is no exception. We've been working on an update to the Basin Implementation Plan for 2 years now. In fact, my first meeting at the Basin Roundtable, I was also appointed the chair, so I stepped right into it. And as you can imagine, being the Colorado Basin Roundtable, Trans Mountain diversions and future Trans Mountain diversions are a significant component of that plan, because those plans are made to identify projects and processes to help us meet gaps, both consumptively, environmentally, and recreationally. And I think that, just how those Trans Mountain diversions and potential future Trans Mountain diversions interact is important, not just to the Colorado River Basin, but also in identifying how gaps are being met on the South Platte and the Arkansas. When I took over as the chair, I was surprised to learn that actually 4 planned, in fact, 2 of them are under construction now, but at the time, 4 planned future Trans Mountain diversion projects had not been modeled as part of the technical update. And those would be the Denver's firming, Windy Gap firming, and Eagle River MOU project, and Colorado Springs Utilities enlargement of Montgomery Reservoir. It was explained to me that the reason those TMDs were not modeled was because either they were in litigation or they had not been permitted yet, and wasn't quite sure what the impacts of those would be. Also, there was a concern expressed that it was going to cause acrimony amongst the various basins. While not a terribly satisfying answer from my perspective, the horse was out of the barn on that. The technical update had been complete and those were not modeled. There's in fact an entire section of the Colorado Basin Roundtable's BIP dedicated to future TMDs. And when we sent that, when we sent out the BIP for review from folks within the basin, a comment was made that, you know, really when you're looking at these TMDs, it's not clear that these future TMDs will have impacts in areas outside of perhaps the tributary or the generalized location where they're diverting. And that in fact, if you're taking more water out of the system by a diversion, it means you're going to have less water in the system, and that kind of impacts the entirety of the Colorado River. Kind of for those of us that have been in the trenches, you know, we thought that that was a good point. We thought that that was sort of embedded in there, you know, this idea of diversions are going to equal a depletion, but we thought it was a good idea to recognize that. And so we put some language in there that said diversions, and I'll read it, from future transbound diversions will deplete flows along the Colorado River main stem when the TMDs are in priority and diverting. I didn't expect this to be any sort of a big deal. It seemed rather straightforward to us that a diversion will equal a depletion. We got a little bit of pushback on that. And the explanations that we heard were that because these future TMDs had not been permitted, we didn't know what sort of mitigation would be required. And so we couldn't definitively say that they will cause a depletion. So it was a recommendation was made from the Colorado Attorney General's office that we make that a little less equivocal and make it could cause depletions. We were also informed that there were some potential concerns about sort of interstate ramifications associated with these comments. When we met on January 31st, the roundtable still felt this was sort of ignoring reality, and that it was important for us to identify that, you know, and it's not just transmountain diversions or future transmountain diversions. Any diversion from the Colorado River is going to result in less water in the Colorado River. So after a number of rounds of sort of back and forth, we were able to come up with some language that appears to be satisfactory to all sides, which is a statement that all future diversions, absent augmentation, will cause additional depletions to the Colorado River system. I have run that by the membership of the Colorado Basin Roundtable. And from the folks I heard from, some people had some questions. I think we were able to address those, and from others, they thought it was a good resolution to the issue. I will say that we did secure from the CWCB that any future update of the BIP will need to look at these issues in a more complete manner, as well as the fact that, you know, we as a state of Colorado need to continue to have these hard discussions, and that hopefully the CWCB can help facilitate our ability to continue to have those discussions with the various Front Range water entities. So with that, I'd be happy to take some questions.
Well, it's very troubling. And I think one of my concerns is, you know, we've heard many times how the Colorado Water Plan is a grassroots effort. I think many of us who sit on our respective roundtables have not always found that to be the case. And I think this is certainly an example of that as well. So it's troubling. I'm glad that it's been resolved, at least, you know, somewhat acceptably. But anyone have other questions or comments on this?
I just want to kind of maybe clarify that, sorry if there's just ice cream poured here. By the way, that's not beer that's on the ice. Those of you on Zoom, sorry. for you. Yeah. So, I think this is a roundtable issue. Roundtables are 1177. They're a state statute. It's not technically a Colorado River District issue, but the idea that a West Slope Basin Roundtable set up to be a grassroots organization is told that the modeling for its BIP cannot include trans-basin diversions that are taking water out of it. When we know that the modeling has actually been done for those, at least 2 of the 4 of those projects, because they've been permitted. And the modeling was done in the permitting process and publicly released. So the fact that those 2 at least weren't included in this BIP are astounding to me. Because it shows the CWCB playing favorites, frankly, and not in favor of the West Slope. And then the idea that a simple innocuous statement of fact that says the Trans Mountain diversions will deplete the Colorado River raised the awareness or attention of the Colorado Attorney General's interstate office is a crazy that's something, a statement of fact that is absolutely clear and accurate. And so it's frustrating, and Jason and I had conversations with the Attorney General's office about that, and that Jason was very creative and came up with language that works for a compromise. But I just want the board to understand what it is that's really going on. Jason is very diplomatic about it, and I just want to make sure everybody hears the message.
Director Vanderbrink.
How did they include this within the hot growth of Swazi then without representing Colorado? Because it has to be in Swazi, and Swazi was incorporated into the model.
Jason.
My understanding, Director Vandenbrink, is that no future projects, at least in the Colorado River Basin, were included in that modeling. So whether they were future Trans Mountain diversion projects or in-basin projects, they were not modeled. What was modeled were historical diversions from existing Trans Mountain diversion projects.
That's not continuity to how all the base BIPs were completed then.
That I can't speak to. I've just had the pleasure of dealing with this one, but
but that's not how all the BIPs have been formulated across the state. So it almost seems like a single district.
Yeah.
Chandler. Thank you, Madam President. I think this is really concerning too, and even the compromise language takes out Trans Mountain diversions and makes it very just general. Says all future diversions will cause additional depletions. That's a pretty wishy-washy statement compared to future Trans Mountain diversions will cause depletions in the Colorado River. I think it really is this concerted focus on pushing the shortage under the western slope and acting like Trans Mountain diversions are a priority and not to be discussed. I think it's really concerning.
Anyone have any other thoughts? I think we're all in general agreement on the distressing situation. So thank you very much. Yes, Dr.
So I don't have a horse to play here, but I guess I'm curious. So should, other than our comments at the meeting here and what the BIP is going to have in it, what Colorado River. So do we need to comment on this thing in some manner, in some technical letter from our executive director? Well, we already commented.
That's an interesting option. We do have a policy coming up tomorrow where we may be able to insert some of our concerns.
Okay, very good.
If I might just add one more thing, and this statement that's going to be in there, and I agree with Director Chandler Henry that it's not all that satisfying, but I would also point out that this statement will be in the section that talks about future Trans Mountain diversions. And directly below it, which kind of makes this conversation even more interesting that it occurred at all, are the average annual depletions associated with those future Trans Mountain diversion projects. So if you read the document in its totality, the information is there.
Thank you very much for that report, Jason.
Next item are my goals and objectives. They're in the memo. I welcome direction here, or if you prefer individually, if you see any issues with my goals and objectives, happy to talk.
Does anyone have any comments, questions, concerns about Andy's goals? Also very well articulated, and certainly in keeping, I think, with the direction we provided him in the past. If we don't have any specific concerns or comments, I would suggest we move right along to service anniversaries. And seeing no objections, do you go first?
Yes, please.
Well, Peter, would you like to step forward? Oh, wait, I guess it's not gonna work. I really am honored to be able to present Peter Fleming with his 20-year of service recognition. Peter and I actually go back to.
May I have your attention, please? The AV system will shut down in 2 minutes. Press the touch panel to reset the inactivity timer.
How do we set the activity timer?
Nothing could be more appropriate than shutting this down.
Peter and I go back to before he came to the River District, when he was at Hammond Clark at Carlson Hammond. And I always enjoyed working with Peter. We weren't always on the same side of Peter, but I always loved working with Peter. But I think the district has been incredibly fortunate to have Peter here for his tenure of 20 years. Hopefully he's not going to, opt out early. We need him here for another 20. But I think the district has been incredibly fortunate. Peter is a very talented attorney. He's a good guy. He's unassuming. He's often the best attorney in the room, but he never treats everybody like they're idiots. And so, Peter, we just really, I don't know what we do without you. Jason, we love you too, but man, Peter, we just really appreciate everything you do for the district, and we appreciate you. And so if you were here, I'd give you a hug and your certificate, or maybe I'd just bump elbows. I don't know. But anyway, congratulations, and I know Andy also wants to add to that.
Yeah, I just want to say, working with Peter just over the last 4 years that I've been here, has been incredible. He's a great counsel. He serves a great purpose to my somewhat excited personality at times, and kind of pulls me into the right lane. He's really incredibly insightful, and I think some of the work that Peter does, we don't ever really recognize it, but when he's able to look at whether it's a statute or an agreement or a water court decree, and everybody's fighting over the language and everybody's angry, and Peter just quietly writes out something and throws it in the mix, and that's usually what gets agreed upon, is what Peter has written. And so he's incredibly articulate, crafty, and does a great job representing the interests of the district. So thank you, Peter.
Thank you. I really appreciate those comments. I'll take a rain check for sure on the hug, Marty. Andy, you can give me an elbow bump or a beer. I'll accept either. What a amazing place to work, and if I have another 20 in me, I'd be up for it if you are, River District, and I really appreciate the comments. It's continues to be fascinating work, and always great to work with such an engaged board that is so passionate and gives so much of its time to important West Slope water issues. It's always a lot of fun to be the sort of underdog, if you will, at the River District, with behemoths on both sides of us, downstream, downstate, and across the Continental Divide, and to have to rely upon our intellect, our goodwill, and our creative thoughts to push issues that protect Colorado's West Slope. And I'm very passionate about it, and I very much appreciate the opportunity for this. Thank you so much.
Yes, Director Ricketts.
Sure, I think it's important you mentioned on your 20th anniversary, it's kind of a test of a poker face. And you did pretty well this morning when your dog was using your leg for a process that you were talking to us. So you passed the test.
Thank you.
All right. Well, and the next service anniversary we have is our Senior Water Resources Specialist, Mike Eitel. Mike, are you present? And would you mind turning on your camera, since we have blown up? We see your background, but we don't see you yet. Beautiful.
Pretty picture.
There we go. I'm going to let Brendan Langenhausen lead this off. You can hand him the certificate too.
Virtually. I don't know if you guys can see me, but Mike has been with the district for 15 years now. And I've had the pleasure of working alongside him for the last year and a little bit. And I've just been amazed at just his jovial presence with all of us, and his elaborate stories, as well as his just deep understanding of water administration and water usage, especially in the upper river, but all across the district. In his tenure, he's done a variety of tasks. He's just really able to jump into many different opportunities. He's sharing stories of helping to operate Wolford Reservoir. He's been in the battlegrounds of Wild and Scenic and Learning by Doing for probably more than a decade. Representing the district and West Slope water users underneath those really tough and enduring discussions. And has been our water quality expert for a while here at the River District, and we'll hear more about that later. But Mike, you wear a lot of many hats, and just your enthusiasm to step in as needed, and your abilities to do so in a great capacity. It's quickly recognized by myself, but also by many others on staff. So just really want to recognize you today and appreciate your many years of service to the district. Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Appreciate the kind words. Kind of hoping the audio or the video would have gone out on Peter, so we wouldn't have to do this, but it's all good. And it's been a great 15 years, and the last couple have been an odd one for everybody, but doing some different stuff here at the River District. So it's nice to have some new things on the plate, and some old things still on the plate, as we all talk about them all day long. So yeah, looking forward to it, and we'll be talking here in a few minutes.
Great. And Mike, I do want to just thank you for exactly what you're saying. Mike has moved into a number of new projects and areas, and he's doing a great job. I think his work prior to the River District, and now his work after the last 15 years at the district, really has helped him be a very Class A utility player at the district, and really be able to handle all sorts of work in all the different basins. So thank you, Mike. Really enjoyed working with you. Hopefully the next 2 years we'll see you more than COVID allowed us to see you for the past 2 years. So yeah.
Right on. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, we're going to move on to the regional conservation partnership program. If DK, you want to lead with that, that would be great.
You ready for me?
Yep.
We are.
All right, so I'm going to blast through this. I know we're a little behind. This is sort of a little bit of a victory lap for us, and I do mean us. There's several of us on the call here that should take bows and acknowledgements for the completion of this phase of the Lower Gunnison project. That includes Sonia Chavez, now with Upper Gunnison. Raquel recently has been involved, Raquel Flinker, our associate, senior water resources engineer, taking the reins and taking this across the finish line. And also I want to recognize, if she's still on, actually it doesn't look like she's still on, maybe she's still on, Shanna Harness. Shanna worked for us as a consultant and helped us get this project through and through a lot of hoops and over a lot of obstacles. And I'll talk about those briefly, but maybe at the end, Shanna can say a few words. She doesn't work for us anymore. She's working for one of our conservancy districts, Crawford Water Conservancy District, and really pleased that she's helping them in the next phases of this project. So what is the Lower Gunnison project? And in particular, what we're talking about today is the RCPP portion of that, which is a federal funding program from the NRCS. The NRCS, well, I should say the River District, again, along with Sonia, helped. She was a consultant at that time, I believe, still, before she worked for the River District. We put together an application. The original application was $20 million to do good things in the Lower Gunnison, which means water efficiency projects, water quality improvements, and other things you'll hear about. It got pared down to $8 million. It came out of the, I think it was the 2014 Farm Bill, which allowed this new program, the RCPP, the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, to basically come to the fore. And so we applied. We were one of the first ones that was successful in 2015, and we got a contract, essentially, as I said, to do good things. But we were required to match or leverage the $8 million, which eventually came to us through a contract. And as Jason will remember, a lot of difficulty getting that contract accomplished. But once we got that done, 7 years later, essentially, along with a whole host of partners, federal, private, from the biggest federal agencies to the smallest sort of landowners. You know, some of these landowners were running parcels of 10 acres, okay, and doing improvements to, again, save or address some natural resource concerns. So all in, we spent close to $17 million of combined funds to do these good things. We addressed, and again, many of you on the board have heard this, but some haven't, so I'm going to kind of go through it here quickly, but really focused on, in the Lower Gunnison, the story is all about salt and selenium. That's the water quality impairments that we were going after by reducing deep percolation. We were addressing water availability limitations by becoming more efficient, trying to keep water in storage in those districts that had reservoirs longer to extend the growing season, or the irrigation season, excuse me. Also at the same time addressing habitat concerns, allowing soil health improvements, and obviously addressing aging infrastructure. We did this through, not rocket science, but through simple improvements like piping canals and laterals, pressurizing those and allowing that pressure to flow to sprinklers, adding inline storage, and that means small ponds and reservoirs within long conveyance systems that can help the districts convert from always on to, on-demand systems. That's where we're really trying to get to. And you need technology to do that. And we help folks do that through investments. We broke it up into two kind of areas, really three, but the off-farm conveyance, taking the water from the river, conveying it to the service areas, the near farm to connect those canals to the farms, and then of course on the farm. And we did this in 7 significant, what I would call significant off-farm conveyance improvements. You're seeing one here, which is the Needle Rock Ditch. I'll talk about that. And then 15 on-farm construction projects. And in addition, to get to that point, we did 28 conservation activity plans. And that means working with the landowners and the ag producers to figure out what they need and what they can afford, and how to improve their systems. We focused on the lower Gunnison basin. As you can see in these maps, these are the 4 sort of focus areas. To the north there, I'll turn on my pointer, hopefully that'll come through. The North Fork, the Crawford districts. This is the Bostwick Park Water Conservancy District, and then the Uncompahgre, the granddaddy of them all, our largest irrigation district within the Colorado River districts, here in the heart of the Upper Colorado River Basin. So doing all that, what we've tried to do and continuing, I think, in our future phases is to convert this pastoral scene here, which is really kind of, it's quite lovely, of course, but you can see it's what we call wild flood. You just kind of turn the water in and flood the fields. It does good things in high mountain meadows, but in certain areas, in certain valleys, it could be better, put it that way, right? And so putting that into pipelines, into ponds, and improving the conveyance and distribution is really what we're after, and really where I think the next phase of the project, which could involve the community funding partnership funds, to do all these things. These are the 7 projects that I'm going to talk about here quickly, that we spent the bulk of the money. You just heard about the Fire Mountain a little bit. We improved a large segment. I think it was about 5 miles all in of the Fire Mountain Canal, which is above Hotchkiss, or right around Hotchkiss, I should say, and put the open ditch into pipe, lots and lots of pipe. And back in those days, this pipe was actually more affordable, so we could do this. Things have changed, as you may know, but it's still key to put pipe in the ground. It's not just laying pipe, of course, it's putting in structures, it's controlling pressures, it's measurement. You can see the flume. And of course, you got to work below the frost line and do a whole bunch of engineering work to make sure it all works. This last picture here of the Fire Mountain is probably the trickiest section. It was a pretty large river crossing. It used to go around this river canyon, the LaRue Creek River Canyon, or LaRue Creek Canyon, excuse me. And now through this project, they siphoned underneath it, put it in this high density polyethylene pipe, pressurized it, put some screens and controls, and they get really good, reliable water under pressure to capitalize on for their service area for about 15,000 acres. The next one I'll talk about quickly here, Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, UVWA. They are up to now phase 10 of a initiative to modernize their system. Because they're so large, it takes many, many years. We helped by bringing dollars to extend some other federal dollars, and I'll talk about how that worked, but essentially to do a lot more piping, put in technology, and to help them keep moving forward. Similarly, in the Crawford country, this picture shows the what we call a fluctuation pond or reservoir, allows them to capture the highs and lows and take the bump out of the canal to provide really good, solid, water supplies, which they didn't have before, extending and increasing production, which is a key benefit. Again, I know I'm going quickly, but I just give you a flavor. Different aspects. This one is a headgate reconstruction with some screening. And to the right of this picture, hopefully you can see this, is a fish ladder. This used to be an obstruction, 100% fish barrier. Now the fish can get up through the structure and navigate up to spawning, at the same time allowing a very nice constant head to a new pipeline. So this was one of our first projects, also in the Crawford country, on the Smith Fork. As part of the Crawford district, they have a very interesting, diverse, like they all do, all the conservancy districts have a diverse set of users, and they all take federal water, distribute it through private systems. And this SCADA system, which means supervisory control and data acquisition, allows them to see what's happening and control and deliver water more effectively and efficiently. This is one of those projects in the Crawford district. You can see the sophisticated screening structure with the screens that are traveling screens, provides constant head through several gates into 2 pipelines to a senior ditch in a whole area near Scenic Mesa, if you know where that is, between essentially Hotchkiss and what's the other town? The Fruitland Mesa. Again, these are some kind of underserved areas of the river districts, and I'm very proud to have been part of these improvements. Bostwick Park, another improvement project where we put pipe in the ground with technology to essentially save water, keep it from seeping into the ground, minimizing loss, minimizing salt and selenium loading, erosion and sediment, etc. So as we keep moving quickly here, the key that ties all the off-farm, near-farm to the on-farm is technology. As I said, you need to be able to measure it before you can use it. We did this SCADA work throughout all of these 4 focus areas. It's something that the districts are starting to rely upon. It's still relatively new, and sometimes, comes with some challenges, right? But I think a key part of our future programs in the next phases. When we summarize the work that was done, you can see in this table for the off-farm pieces, we spent about $5 million and this is just NRCS money. This does not include some of the other reclamation dollars, state of Colorado, CWCB funds. But another thing to point out is you've got non-construction costs and construction costs. We were able to keep the non-construction costs, which include permitting and design, to just about 10 to 12% of the project, which is not great, but it's not terrible. It's just a fact of life these days that you need to consider in these kind of projects going forward of this scale, right? When we want to talk about benefits and why people participated, this is a key table. And this is all summarized in a report that we have on the River District website and the Gunnison River Basin website. There are real hard dollar benefits. This was all calculated and summarized in the environmental assessment. That was a requirement. It took us over a year to produce before we could turn any dirt. But it estimated these benefits, and you can see there's cost avoidance, there's increased production, there's reduced travel and greenhouse gases. And so it's really a win-win situation. There's a little bit of apples and oranges here in terms of annual benefits shown in these columns, and the larger avoided salinity impacts, which are typically amortized over the project life between 30 and 50 years. So generally speaking, the cost benefit ratio was between 5 and 10. So a factor of 5 in terms of benefits versus investments. And that was again published in the watershed plan. None of this would work without our ag producers. We did a whole bunch of planning, as I mentioned earlier. 15 projects were selected under a competitive situation. And you can see 8 in Uncompahgre, 4 in North Fork, 3 in Crawford. We didn't have any applicants in Bostwick Park, but we would like to continue to encourage these type of conversions throughout, not only Lower Gunnison, but across our 15 counties. If you're an ag producer, these pictures will be familiar. This is in the Hotchkiss area, where the kind of before pictures of how water is diverted and distributed through these high mountain meadows or these pediment areas, gathered up in a gated pipe. And you can kind of see it works well, but not as well as it can when you convert to pivots and sprinkler systems that are pressurized, can be turned on and off, and on and on. So a big step up from about a 30% efficiency or less to 70 to 80% efficiency shown by some of these pivots and overhead sprinkler systems. And as I mentioned, productivity goes up and allows things like soil health practices to come into being. And what I mean by soil health practices is minimum or no till in certain areas. This gentleman here is a big proponent of soil health. And so the bottom line is it allows flexibility and a change of practices, returning to maybe what some thought went out of phase, which was, not going over your field multiple passes and burning a lot of diesel if you don't have to, and at the same time reducing water use and increasing, as I said, productivity and soil health. Just sort of a side issue. And we did do a study. We were out there as part of this study, working with, or part of this project, working with producers to figure out what works for them and how to help them. This quick summary shows of those 15 projects, the breakdown between sprinklers, surface irrigation. These were not all pressurized sprinklers. Some are just going to gated pipe, and I mentioned some small acreages, some larger ones. So a pretty good diverse mix of projects. And you can kind of see the scale of money that was brought to the table and the cost per acre. Again, these are all summarized in the report. Just want to bring your attention to this, but it's not cheap for ag producers to do this. The ag producers paid about the project paid about 75% of these costs, and the producers paid 25%. So when you look at these costs, there's real dollars being invested by the ag producers to participate. This is kind of the landscape again of the North Fork with a pivot in place, and it's gratifying to see, at least from my perspective. We did learn a lot along the way, and I'm going to slowly go through some of these, but let or encourage Raquel to turn on her camera to join the conversation. We, and I would probably ask Sonia if I had given her any heads up, but we did learn a lot of, I'd say, hard lessons, some good lessons about how to, bring in and leverage federal dollars with federal dollars. Until this project, you couldn't do this. You could not match federal with federal. You had to use federal with non-federal. So this, it was enabled through the Farm Bill, as I said, and our senior senator, Michael Bennett, was key to this, by the way, to allow us to match Department of Ag with Department of Interior funding. It allowed the on-farm participants to come in and talk about regional issues. I guess it may go without saying, but some of these producers need technical assistance to really figure out how to do this. And this is where Shanna came in and worked with on-farm folks on what are the issues. And Shanna Harness, who also turned on her camera, a former NRCS employee and just a wealth of knowledge, really can speak to and work with these landowners. And that was another, important lesson. You really need a coordinator to roll out a project of this size. As we move forward, we ran into roadblocks with the federal agencies, obviously a lot of inertia to overcome, to try to change or work within a framework that had been in place a long time. It forced us to actually leave funds on the table. I'll show you this in a summary next slide, but essentially the way that the mix between technical assistance, we call it, and financial assistance, technical being design and construction, we had to decide ahead of time on how to do this. And we were constrained and couldn't spend all dollars because of these silos of the way the money was laid out. So anyway, and we also had to do planning years in advance. And as things changed, luckily we weren't affected by COVID, but we were affected by, unforeseen issues, right? And coming towards the end here, this is kind of what we left on the table. Unfortunately, we spent a lot of time. We spent, I think, a pretty good amount and did a good result, got a good result, but it was unfortunate we couldn't spend almost $600,000 because of the matching of the different, we call buckets of funding. So what's next? This is where, Raquel and Shanna can join in, but I'll just pause and let you jump in here, Raquel.
Sounds good. And thank you, DK, so much for the presentation, for the amazing work and knowledge. It has really been a pleasure working on this project and working with you. So what's next for the Lower Gunnison project? There is definitely more to come. The first thing is that the 2018 environmental assessment is being expanded on to include additional projects in the area, and that is expected to be finalized in the fall. There are still many irrigation infrastructure projects that need to be improved and modernized, and similarly, irrigation efficiency for on-farm application is still needed. On the SCADA topic, there's still more monitoring, measurement, and control technology needed in the area. And I would like to mention here that we are organizing a SCADA workshop, the River District together with the Delta Conservation District on March the 2nd in Delta. So that will be in our next news email, and we're very excited for that. We'll have a locals panel, so several of these ditch companies will be talking about their challenges and the benefits of SCADA that was installed in their systems. And lastly, staff is working on a future action plan for the Gunnison, Lower Gunnison, Gunnison and beyond. And as DK mentioned, the CFP program has already been used to leverage funds for some of the projects in the area. The plan is that that will continue in the future, and also hopes that the bipartisan infrastructure law funds will also help fund some of the projects in the area. So I think I'll pass it on discussion, and Shanna, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, and just one more thing that I forgot to mention. I mean, I mentioned a few key folks that were on the team, but we had a few that were behind the scenes. Jason doing great yeoman's work on contracting, and Ian, many invoices back and forth, keeping our budget. We knew where every dime was, and really want to acknowledge them for their contribution. And I think, again, this, to me, my final parting comment is, it's a model that we could use elsewhere. It's not the perfect model. We're going to probably need to evolve with our CFP and our other funding opportunities through the bipartisan infrastructure law and other things. But we need board members to, I think, engage with districts and landowners to, further the cause, because we, I didn't mention this today, you've heard though, we were able to delist the lower Gunnison as a impaired water. You're going to hear about water quality a whole bunch in the next agenda item. That was a huge success. It wasn't wholly, owed to this project, but it was certainly part and parcel of a big part of what we're trying to do, which is help water users comply with not only Clean Water Act, but Endangered Species Act. So I'll pause there. I know we're running into the next agenda item.
Thank you very much. It was a long program, but very successful. The team has done an incredible job with this program and with the funding. And so I think we all thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Director Hawes. Thank you.
Well, first of all, congratulations. I know this has been a long project, and and I know it's had its bumps, but it's exciting to see it come to this point. My question is about the soil health study, which was kind of ancillary, and there's a lot of talk about soil health these days, and there were some surprising results in that report. And I'm just wondering if there's any next steps you imagine on kind of sussing out some of those findings and learning more from the results.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there. Probably can't cover it all right now. I mean, ours was a survey. Our study was a survey, really trying to figure out how to understand the needs of producers when they convert. One of the surprises, at least to me, and lessons was it takes years to convert from what you might call conventional, tilling to minimum or no-till. Your soils need years to regenerate. And, the term regenerative farming and agriculture is sort of also another term for soil health. The thing, I'm not sure I'll be able to answer this exactly, but the next steps as I see them, is the state and the national agencies, Department of Ag, are bringing big dollars to soil health. They have a full-time coordinator now at Colorado Department of Ag, and they're funded to further this. Another lesson I learned on the soil health side is, not only can overhead sprinklers allow for these kind of activities, but it can allow you to bring in non-traditional things like organic production, or change your fertigation kind of system to respond as your soil conversion to these newer, well, it's actually older practices of soil health and minimum till. You can use these new technologies to facilitate that. So I don't know if that gets to where you were going, but there's a lot of interest, and it's very site specific. That's the other very tricky situation. It's crop specific, it's soil specific, and it's irrigation type specific. So it's not one size fits all.
Thank you.
Hey, DK,
Yes,
can
sir.
you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question now that you've had all this experience, and it's boy, there's some great projects you've done. what was the final outcome? I know the purpose in many cases was water quality issues and to reduce the salinity. But in the long run, as far as water, the efficiencies, did they reduce diversions? Did they and just increase consumptive use and crop production? What were the final outcomes there with that, with actually the amount of water?
Yeah, Director Gray, these are great questions and ones that we're still pursuing. And I hate to say it, but it depends. The great situation is when you have storage upstream and you have your hand on the valve, both at the reservoir and at your head gate, you can work those in conjunction. When you don't have that system, the amount of water you can save and control varies greatly, right? But the bottom line is when you end up with a pipeline, you are constraining yourself, and many districts and water users have not reconciled themselves to this. You lose an opportunity to use what many call flood water. When the spring comes off, flush of water comes down, you can only put in that pipe maybe 110, 120% of design when you super, pressurize it. That's the max. But, and so that's a hard nut for many to accept and swallow, except when they look at the end of year when their production values are increasing. And that's where I think we have some more work to do to connect the diversion amount to the production amount. And again, it takes years of data to really understand how these changes ripple through. But you also mentioned ET, evapotranspiration, and consumptive use. As you become more efficient, it's inevitable. If you produce more green matter and you're more productive, you are going to consume more water. So it's a matter of timing and depletion. So we are reducing losses, which in some cases are depletions. Some cases they return to the stream, but sometimes they do not and go deep into the system. And so you need to balance or fully understand the water budget, which is extremely difficult, over not just a one season, 1 year. You have to look at it over years because you have different year types. So I know that's not the most satisfying answer, but it is something we considered, and we really didn't have enough money and time to get down and quantify it. I should point out, we are working with Colorado State University, primarily Dr. Perry Cavett, on some of these issues. And if we can continue getting more funding and more time and technology, I think we can get to your questions. And again, I want to make sure we're drawing a distinction between those valleys that are fed by reservoir systems versus those high mountain meadows, which are totally different. We're not talking about those. We're talking about valleys supplied by stored water.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? DK, do you have anything else?
Well, I just wanted to make sure, Shanna, you've been listening in for a long time. If you had anything, she's now representing Crawford Water Conservancy District. If you had any thoughts you want to share, if not, that's fine too.
I just wanted to share that everybody was very happy, both the on-farm users and the ditch companies were very happy with the systems that they got. I know as far as the SCADA for the Crawford Water Conservancy District, it was kind of our, the RCPP enabled us to take the first step. And so with our funding that we had from other sources, CWCB, and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, we're looking at pursuing more SCADA after we finish our construction project. Hopefully we'll have leftover money. Everybody always hopes for leftover money. And I work also actually with the Clipper company and the Grandview company separately. And I know we're pursuing continuing on with the work that was started under RCPP. So it's kind of, we started it with RCPP and we're hoping to continue it on with other funding and make it a better, more whole system as we go forward. So that's what all I wanted to say. It worked out good, I think.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yes, Director Monder.
I just want to say congratulations and my compliments to all the staff. DK, I first came on this board, I know we were fighting and trying to figure out how we can get the process and working with federal government and the rest. And so you guys have done a great job, and I think very worthy community project as well as the water quality and all the way down to Colorado border. And I want to say my thanks to all of you guys. So good job.
Indeed, job well done.
Yeah, and I do want to thank the entire team, DK in particular, but I mean, the accounting, contracting, administrative staff, the legal staff, let's not leave Jason and Peter out, although I'm going to single out Jason rather than Peter, because somehow Peter had Jason deal with all the contracts. So, you know, it clearly was a team effort here, and it's very impressive. The challenge that Raquel is stepping into that I'm not sure she fully recognizes is that it's not just a Gunnison River plan moving forward. We're going to have Raquel work on all of our basins with the assistance of our rest of our team to figure out how we can take this blueprint and bring it into some of the other districts, recognizing that ownership and federal projects are different in number in other districts or don't exist, recognizing that the salinity and selenium money may not be present, but that we are interested in really using this as a prototype to help out our water users throughout the basin, especially as we see water scarcity increasing over the next decades. So Raquel, you have a no small task ahead of you, and DK will be there to help, no doubt. So, thank you very much.
Peter, did you have your hand up?
No, I was just congratulating DK and the team and echo what Andy said about Jason's help as well. Very important.
I'll try to be brief on this as well. So DK, as you're going through, we're talking about increasing soil health, and we talk about some of the win-wins come out of this thing. But has there been any ability for us to look at it today or in the future to look at the ability for carbon sequestration within this as well?
Yeah, I think you're hitting on something that's key. Soil health does do that. It does sequester carbon. And it also, of course, and in so doing, you know, enriches the soil health through that carbon capture. You know, I think that's one of the reasons why the federal government now is thinking that soil health is a good adaptation strategy, or even a mitigation strategy, you might say, for climate change. And so you're right on track. And again, CSU, I think, is one of the leaders to try to figure out, well, how much, and NRCS, how much carbon can we sequester and what are the net benefits? So it is one of those win-wins, but it happens on the back of the ag producers. It's not easy. So you all that are in the business need to be commended too, to make such a sacrifice to do this.
All righty. Thank you again, DK. I think everybody appreciates all the efforts that have gone into this and all the success that this program has found. We're now going to take a 10-minute break. Okay. Since we're running a little bit behind, but we'll do a 10-minute break. Please be back here, and then we'll move on to other water quality issues.
3:25. Please.
Well, that explains a lot.
Oh.
Thought you were plugged in?
Yes. I'm sitting here struggling with my technical difficulties. My computer screen's flashing.
I got your attention. Though.
Well, then it still panic.
Yeah.
It's not backed up fresh.
You scream it down.
Where'd they all go?
That is an excellent question.
Is there a party we're missing?
Somebody said ice, and beer, and
Well, that's it. We have Tom,
Who do we have on? We got Tom, all right, there's three of us.
Tom, Kathleen. If directors could turn your cameras on just so we can see you, we're trying to make sure we have a quorum. We have a few absent directors that were here that have not returned.
Okay, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the room.
And 3 on, no, 2.
Two.
We're still missing a quorum.
Andy, am I showing up? This is Kathleen.
Yes, you are, Kathleen. Thank you. Good to see you and Andre. That those are the only 2 directors online.
Hard to make people be compliant at the end of the day.
The last one in buys drinks.
Yeah.
So, the initial discussion is not-
Right. All right, we don't have a decision item as item A, so we're going to have Mike start moving in that direction. Mike, do you want to do your introductions, please?
Good morning or good afternoon. Can you hear me? All right.
Thank you.
Yep. Good afternoon, Madam President and directors and staff. It's good to be here today to talk about water quality update. And this really is kind of a good, this afternoon session is really packaged together really well after what DK and Raquel showed. Water quality is really front and center as an end game in a lot of those products and projects that they're working on in the water supply world. Water quality kind of tends to take a back seat in general, but the regulatory side of the water quality world is very complex and very detailed oriented. Lots of monitoring and regulations and the hearings that are tied into the administration and implementation of regulations in the state of Colorado. Everything falls under the Clean Water Act and the Colorado Water Control Act. And anytime I've done anything in my 15 years here at the River District, Jason has always been really good about, well, what's our policy on that, Mike? And so as I started working on the water quality update, it's been a while since we've done any kind of real detail for the board. So I thought this was a good opportunity to do that. And so when we look at the policy, really the primary policy is to protect the ability of the district's residents to use water beneficially now and in the future. And there are a number of bullet items associated with that kind of go into more detail. But that really cuts to the chase of what the River District's intent is with water quality. But regardless of the flow in the river, water quality is always pertinent and a present factor. It's what brings people to Colorado. It's what people like to see those irrigated meadows and those rivers. So that's a good thing. And today we got a kind of a little bit behind schedule, but I'll make it up here. But we got a few objectives today just to go over the water quality regulations. And then we're going to have a presentation by the Water Quality Control Division. Nicole Rowan and Nathan Moore are here this afternoon. And since I've been here, this will be a first for us. And they're going to give us a quick overview. You can't really, in 20 minutes, really explain everything that they do. So we'll do that. And then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about the Grand Valley TMDL, which is really kind of the focus end game of this discussion that we're having today in water quality. And it's really the TMDL is really where the rubber meets the road and the water quality regulations. And then DK is going to come back and finish up this session with the approval for the USGS JFA. And this water quality monitoring has some direct relationship, but it's not the only thing in the USGS JFA. Stream monitoring and other things that we do. But with that, we'll jump in here. And my memo really I'm just going to go into brief detail on these, kind of based on the memo. You've had the memo, and I had to chuckle when I pulled it up just a minute ago and looked at the date says January 5th, 2021. It sure seems like a year since then, but it hasn't been. It's only been a couple of months, but it should be 2022. We started this at the end of December, so that was a little bit of a hangover from 2021. But water quality regulations, the Water Quality Control Division is really the arm of the Water Quality Control Commission, and they have roughly about 8 kind of bins of different regulations, if you will, that break it out. And I'm kind of going to break these out. There is no real order necessarily, but the regulations are all numbered, and the real the lion's share of the regulations deal with the surface and groundwater classifications and standards, regulations 31 through 43. And these are all individual regulations based on regulation 31, which is the statewide standards, and then you have individual basins. So within the river district, we have regulation 33 covers the upper Colorado, regulation 35 is the Gunnison River, and then we have regulation 37 for the lower Colorado, and then also regulation 39 is the Colorado salinity standards, and the San Juan and Dolores, while not completely within our basin, we do have some of the Dolores River under regulation 34. And all these are regulated under the triennial review, but in the state of Colorado, the triennial review actually takes 5 years, not 3 years. And that's really just due to the number of basins that we have and how the state goes through that regulatory hearing process. You have a 3-year process, information scoping, information formulation, and then the regulatory hearing. And it takes 3 years to do each one, and the number of basins, the division just doesn't have the manpower, and the commission doesn't have the time to go into it. It's a lot of time and consuming and meetings to go through those 3 years. So that triennial review really takes 5 years for us to go through the different basins. And then they got the non-point source control regulations, regulations 61 through 86. And all of these have different things, but they're really the primary for stormwater, wastewater, animal feeding operations, biosolids applications, and they're all governed under the Clean Water Control Act. And then you have control regulations, which are kind of interesting, and they allow the division to adopt control regulations. And the state has a number of these, and they're primarily formed around kind of nutrients and reservoirs. And so that's an interesting one. And the regulation 84 also, the nutrient standards is related to that. And then the other bucket here, the section 303D or regulation 93 as we know it in the state of Colorado. I like to say it again, it's really where the rubber meets the road. It's the end game of with the TMDL, which will eventually bring impaired segments into compliance and ultimately delisting. And then we got a couple more. The financial regulations, you all might be very interested in this. And this is how the state basically divides up the federal funding for the revolving funds. You got the drinking water regulation 52. Regulation 51 is the state of Colorado's pollution control revolving funds. And then regulation 55 is the state funded water and wastewater programs. And all of these are governed under the commission, and they really direct any kind of discharge, and they put limits in that, and they'll come back into play here as we start talking about permits a little bit. And then the drinking water regulation is really the clean water drinking regulation, and its primary end game is to assure that the safety of public drinking water supplies are safe. It allows the state to look over those and permit those and make sure that they're operating properly. So we have clean water, very important. And then ultimately, one that I wanted to hit on in the standards is regulation 39, the Colorado River Salinity Standards. And this is the state adopts this, and all the states of the Colorado River Basin, are involved. And its really primary is to control and help limit salinity and total dissolved solids in the headwaters. Colorado River within the river district is probably one of the larger sources of TDS and salinity in the basin. And so any kind of things that reduce it is helpful. So the 7 states adopt those. And the real the piece of that is the standards are applied within below Hoover Dam at 723 micrograms per liter, Parker Dam is below, and then the Imperial Dam number is within the dam, if I am not mistaken. But those are larger scale than just the state. So it's something that happens. It goes through the triennial review process. The 2 times that it's gone through since I've worked here, it goes through the regulatory process with not a lot of concerns. And then as far as going to go back here, this is the CDPHE stream segmentations in GIS, clipped to the river district boundaries, because we know nothing really matters outside of the river district boundaries. It's all really what happens within. All kidding aside, if you were to take that map and blow it up to the state, you would see similar colors. I wasn't just getting crazy with crayons, but the couple of the colors that stick out for me, if you read the legend there, the kind of purplish 1B, attaining approval, approved TMDL, that's the lower Gunnison, and DK mentioned that earlier. That's a success story for the TMDL process in the impaired waters. All the red segments are what are 303D impaired, and then the kind of the goldish color are segments with TMDLs. Anything that you see blue or light blue is considered assessed and attaining and is in good status. And then the greens are what we call the monitoring evaluation list, or segments that we just don't have enough data to be sure if there's an impairment involved. When you look at that map, I see, I'd say over more of the river district is in good standing. There is a lot of red, which is a little bit, concerning to folks. And there's any number of constituents that impairments can be involved in on these stream segments. But for the majority of these that stick out, arsenic is one that's with a water supply. It's going to be adopted and be impaired. And the detection limits are so low, most people can't even detect it. But that's probably part of the reason why we see so many red segments in there. And then as we go into talking more about the TMDL process, we're going to go in and focus on the Grand Valley here later. And then with that, I'm going to introduce Nicole Rowan, who is the Division Director of the Water Quality Control Division, and Nathan Moore, who is the Clean Water Compliance and Enforcement Section Manager. I've had the privilege of knowing Nicole since I've worked at the River District, when she worked for CDM, and she has come and worked at the division for a number of years, and she just recently was appointed director in the last year. So congratulations, Nicole, and I welcome both of you to the River District, to our board for your presentation. And I'll stop my share.
Thank you very much for being with us, Nicole and Nathan. We really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. We're very happy to be here, and hope that we can have a great conversation today and follow up as needed. We're sorry we couldn't be there in person. We look forward to the days when we can all be together again, hopefully in the next year. So I'm going to share my screen real quick here. Let's see here. Okay. So we wanted to just spend a real brief amount of time walking you through just a really broad overview of the division and how we're organized and some of the hot topics that we're really focused on right now. And the list of those is listed here. There's a lot going on right now at the division and elsewhere across the country related to a lot of the things that we wanted to touch base with you all on today. I do understand from talking to Mike as well that you may have some questions on what we have going on right now with respect to water reuse on both the non-potable and potable side. And we can definitely give you an update there. We don't have any specific slides on that, but can definitely provide a brief overview on what's happening there. There is a fair amount of effort happening between now and the end of the calendar year on reuse. So Mike kind of walked you through a lot of our regulations already, but I just wanted to kind of explain kind of how those state regulations that our Water Quality Control Commission adopts kind of fit into the big picture. So, we basically are tasked with implementing two federal acts, the Federal Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act. And, we've been delegated authority and primacy from the Environmental Protection Agency to implement both of those acts here in Colorado. And the rulemaking body that kind of takes that information from the federal level and then takes our state law on the Clean Water Act side, the companion acts called the Colorado Water Quality Control Act, and develops, regulations then to further implement this federal information. And then we at the division are tasked with implementing those regulations. So we don't develop the regulations, our commission does, but as Mike explained, we're staff to the commission as they develop those regulations. And he did a really nice job of walking you through the whole suite of regulations that are at the state level with our commission. So just a little bit about how we're organized. We are organized around the two acts as well. We have an operations program that really is our business side of our operation that helps with our fiscal and dealing with information that we need to submit to the legislature related to finances. We have an outreach group that deals with media and also helps facilitate all of the stakeholder work that we have ongoing at the division, and a business services technology group that also provides support throughout the division. And then Nathan Moore is here today. He's our Clean Water Program Manager. He's been in that role since the beginning of December. And he's been with the division for quite a long time and has had various roles throughout the Clean Water Program over the past 20 plus years. And then we have a Safe Drinking Water Program, and Ron Falco manages that. So with the Clean Water Program, we have three major sections that are again implementing the Clean Water Act. We have our permit section, which regulates up around 8,000 to 9,000 permittees across the state. And we have a watershed section that a lot of the work that you've been talking about with the non-point source and the soil health that we heard a little bit at the end of the last presentation, and the 303D list and total maximum daily loads are completed within that section. And then we have a compliance and enforcement section as well that actually go into the field and spend time with permittees to kind of see how they're complying with their permit. And we also have an enforcement group as well. Similarly, on the Safe Drinking Water Program side, we don't issue permits there, but drinking water systems are required as part of Regulation 11 to submit a great deal of data to us that we review on a monthly basis to make sure that drinking water systems across the state are meeting the federal Safe Drinking Water Act. And that's really completed with our compliance assurance section. And then there's three sections within the Safe Drinking Water Program that provide both drinking water and clean water services to our permittees. The field services group is in the field inspecting larger commercial and industrial facilities like mines and wastewater facilities and drinking water facilities. And then our community development and partnership section is really focused on the drinking water side, providing coaching and capacity building on the drinking water side, but also that's where our state revolving loan programs are administered that we work closely with the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority on. So we'll jump into the hot topics here and give you kind of a quick tour of what we have going on across the division. One of the things that we are really gearing up for across both the clean and drinking water programs is the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed at the end of last calendar year at the federal level. And this is where the funding for our state revolving loan fund originates, is through federal funding through EPA, but this is going to increase substantially over the next several years. So we have here shown our current funding, and the blue is the clean water SRF, and the red is the drinking water state revolving loan fund dollars that we have seen pretty consistently over the last several years. Those are going to, the base level of funding for at least the next 5 years is going to increase by 40%. So a really big jump in that spending just for all drinking water and wastewater infrastructure across the state. But there's some additional funding that is being allocated to states, specifically focused on lead service line removal, and trying to really eliminate that source of lead in our drinking water systems here in Colorado and across the country. And then there's a great deal of money set aside for emerging contaminants on both the drinking water and the clean water side. And an example of an emerging contaminant we're going to talk about here in a minute is PFAS. Another example is harmful algal blooms. And I think, EPA is trying to cast a pretty wide net of what this funding would be available for. But there's a lot of things that, are out there that aren't necessarily regulated, that could be that EPA is working on regulations or states have developed them. And this funding can hopefully get a head start on addressing some of those emerging contaminants that we've seen on both the clean water and drinking water side. So we're really excited about this. The funding is probably the first year of funding we anticipate will be arriving this summer. We're gearing up and trying to figure out staffing plans, working closely with the Power Authority on identifying match requirements now and in the future and how to address those. But this is really going to be a monumental amount of funding for infrastructure in Colorado, and we're very excited to be part of that and help get these dollars out the door on good projects. So I mentioned emerging contaminants. One of the ones that has really impacted some water supplies on the Front Range in Colorado is called PFAS, and that stands for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. These are chemicals that have been in circulation across the globe for a long time, since the 1940s. And they were developed to be useful, but have had some toxic side effects. They are really resistant to heat and oil stains and grease and hot water. And where we've seen the most impact in Colorado is from firefighting foams near military installations or fuel fires. And once these compounds get into the environment and groundwater and contaminate drinking water supplies, it's very hard to remove them. They're very persistent. And they're really right now aren't the traditional groundwater cleanup of bioremediation techniques available to clean these up in a widespread area. So it's often pump and treat systems which are installed to treat these chemicals, which is really expensive. So they have really been found to have a wide variety of harmful potential health effects, and they're listed there on the slide. And there's around 4,000 to 5,000 of them, and we really have really good toxicity data on 2 of these 5,000. And those are the ones that have really been found in some higher levels in some groundwater and affected drinking water systems south of Colorado Springs and in South Adams County here in the Denver metro area. So we have really been working hard across all of the environmental programs at the Water Quality Control Division, but also in our Hazardous Materials Division, and in we have a branch that works on toxicology to really focus on reducing exposure and preventing further contamination. So we've been working on some inventory information just to try and get a handle on where this has been used or potentially contaminated water supplies across Colorado. We have continued to work with the legislature to, they set aside some funding 2 years ago, around $500,000 to do sampling at, there was almost 400 of our water systems that participated in that sampling event, and really focus on reducing the exposure, below that health advisory. And today, based on the data that we have so far, there aren't any water systems providing water above that health advisory, which has been a real key focus of ours. These health advisory numbers are changing at the federal level as EPA works towards developing maximum contaminant levels, safe drinking water levels for a couple of these key compounds and potentially a handful of them. So, I think this is going to be a real interesting conversation over the next couple of years as those health advisory numbers do go down, and we do probably will have more systems across the state that are impacted, and definitely want to make sure that we continue to work with systems to reduce exposure to below that high health advisory. We also have worked in a really limited capacity on regulatory authority, just focusing kind of on our existing regulatory authorities. We haven't developed a maximum contaminant level at the state level. Other states have, they've been sued. Again, this is something EPA is kind of fast tracking at this point and hopes to have something in place, a draft number by the end of this year, and potentially a final MCL by the end of 2023. We also, on the drinking water side, are really focused on the lead and copper rule, which again has impacted a lot of more Front Range cities, but there are older communities across Colorado, and I think a focus of the existing lead and copper rule is really there isn't a maximum contaminant level, and I don't think there will be one moving forward. But if someone does exceed the action level, they have to do a number of actions, and the violations of the Safe Drinking Water Act are then issued if those actions aren't taken. There's a lot of actions that are happening at the federal level on lead and copper as well. At the end of last year, EPA updated the lead and copper rule, which was the first time it had been done in quite a while, and states will have 2 years to adopt that new regulation. So that will be 2023 for our time frame. It does require some additional inventory of lead service lines, and there is there's a new trigger level that requires treatment evaluation from moving that from that 0.015 to the 0.01 microgram per liter level. And again, more focus on lead service line removal and notification. EPA is also working on improving that rule as well, and we anticipate a draft of that in the coming years as well. What they adopted last year was the Trump rule that they had put on pause for the first year of the new EPA administration under Biden, and went ahead and moved forward just directly with that, with no changes from the kind of proposed, but are again looking to see if there should be some further improvements in the lead and copper rule in the next couple of years. Okay, I'm going to kind of shift from drinking water and focus more on the Clean Water Act for a little bit, and then I'm going to turn it over to Nathan. I'm going to cover our nutrient strategy real quick. Your team at the River District has been very involved with this, monitoring what we've been doing on this effort. This has been a really long-term project for the division and the commission that dates back to, the beginning of the century, in the early 2000s. So we've been working on it for quite a long time. And, EPA developed a national nutrient strategy in 1998, and states have been working on this in spits and starts ever since. But we do kind of have a really solid path forward and plan here in Colorado that's has a lot of stakeholder input and support on this approach moving forward. And right now it's kind of a two-pronged approach. There's a technology-based regulation. It's one of those control regulations that Mike talked about. It's called Regulation 85. And it's really focused, at least right now, between now and 2027, on technology-based ways to remove nutrients from domestic wastewater facilities, and not our traditional water quality standard based alkaline approach that is typically used in permits across the state. And so it's kind of a stepped approach where facilities are required to reduce both total nitrogen and total phosphorus in their from their wastewater plants to kind of a level that can be done with kind of biological nutrient removal, not at extreme levels, but with some basic levels of those two treatment technologies for both nitrogen and phosphorus. The other thing that the commission did in 2017 was they included in Regulation 85 a voluntary incentive program. And that's a really key thing that the division is helping facilities implement across the state right now. So if wastewater plants over a 10-year period voluntarily reduce their nutrient levels below the limitations required in Regulation 85, they can earn some time on the back end once the water quality standard-based effluence limits are in place. So it's really providing additional time to develop the capital needed to develop upgrades to wastewater facilities across the state. And then, after 2027 is when our traditional Clean Water Act approach will go into effect for all of the surface water dischargers across the state. Again, these are quite a bit lower numbers than these technology-based numbers, and the commission and the division will be working on, adopting some revised criteria based on input from EPA from the last rulemaking, which was in 2012. So this has been going on for a long time, and there is this 10-year plan that's associated with the nutrient strategy, but also other key kind of pollutants that the commission has been working for a long time to address and update through time. So the nutrients rulemakings have a couple of key milestones. There's one that's scheduled for later this year, where a priority set of lakes that have swimming or drinking water uses, the commission will consider adopting revised standards for lakes, for the subset of those lakes in Colorado. And then in 2027 is when they will be considering stream phosphorus and nitrogen standards across the state. The other pollutants that the commission is looking at updating criteria for through this 10-year roadmap that are kind of related to nutrients, and a lot of the best management or treatment techniques at wastewater plants are selenium, arsenic is a little bit separate, and ammonia. So those are some key pollutants that are going to also be considered for new standards between now and 2027. And this 10-year roadmap was really something that stakeholders had really asked for a long time, to try and have a plan for how the commission is going to adopt criteria so that folks can, work on some different regulatory strategies at the local level to address this. But again, also be planning for longer term capital expenditures that will be needed, likely from a treatment perspective, for these sticky wickets of pollutants that are long-term issue here in Colorado. And I'm going to turn it over to Nathan to talk about a really fun topic that we've been working on over the last year.
Again, good afternoon, everyone. So we're going to start out by talking about waters of the United States. So the waters of the United States is a federal definition in the Federal Clean Water Act that defines those waters for which the federal EPA and the United States Army Corps of Engineers implement regulatory programs to protect from both discharges and work within the waterways. In Colorado, when it comes to discharges, our Colorado Water Quality Control Act provides a pretty clear definition that we've been using since actually before the Federal Clean Water Act. And, so there's not a lot of ambiguity anymore, and there's a clear understanding on when we're regulating when you need a discharge permit to release pollutants into a waterway, and those waterways which are protecting the beneficial uses of. However, the federal government still implements the program for dredging and filling within waters of the United States. So for Colorado, this kind of ongoing changing of the definition of waters of the United States that's been happening for the last several years is really kind of a focused conversation about when do people need permits if they would like to do work within a waterway, fill a wetland, and then replace it through a wetland bank or something of that nature, and work of that nature. So go ahead to the next slide. So, the history of this goes back well beyond this slide, but, I'm going to keep this to recent histories of the waters of the United States. For a long time, we've been working under kind of a set of expectations on what are waters of the United States that were kind of set by a decision in the Supreme Court called the Rapanos decision. And that's what the United States Army Corps of Engineers and EPA have been implementing to try to understand when you need these dredge and fill permits and when you maybe need to do mitigation. There was an Obama rule. It was very short-lived, wasn't really implemented. But then in 2020 is when the really first change happened to that. And that was when the Navigable Water Protection Rule was passed and implemented. There was actually a stay of that rule in June of 2020 in Colorado. The Colorado Attorney General obtained that stay with concerns about the impacts to the state of Colorado by the implementation of the Navigable Water Protection Rule. However, that also was somewhat short-lived and was lifted by the federal courts in March of 2021. And then that's when the Navigable Water Protection Rule went in place in Colorado. At that point, what were considered waters of the United States and for what the federal government was working to protect were scaled back. And really what was scaled back was protection of a lot of ephemeral streams, which a great amount of the waters of Colorado are, and associated wetlands, especially with those. However, that also was short-lived because there was a federal judge made a decision in August 30, 2021 that then really vacated that rule. And since then, EPA has essentially, announced that they're working under the prior regulatory regime, and essentially the Navigable Water Protection Rule is no longer applicable in Colorado, and we're working under what it used to be. The federal government has announced that they're going to work to try to provide more longevity and clarity in the rules, and they're looking to do that in a two-stage rulemaking process. Stage one, they're currently working through and have kind of put out draft rules for comment. And what that stage one rule is really supposed to do is just codify a lot of the Supreme Court guidance and other guidance that was really setting the expectations for the last, 20 years or so on what was waters of the United States. But their intent, they've stated, is not to dramatically change it. It's just to kind of clarify it through rulemaking instead of relying on guidance. However, they've also announced that they're going to work on a new definition of this. And what they're trying to use, they say their goal is to come up with something that's, oh God, I'm drawing a blank on the term they use. Durable. Their hope is to come with something durable so we could stop this seesawing, because a lot of people are just looking for clear expectations on what permits are needed and how these rules apply. So that's kind of where we are on the two-stage rulemaking. The first stage is under process. We're waiting. I'm assuming it'll probably be later this year before we see any further action on this durable rule, but they're having listening sessions. But the real thing in Colorado, I think the kind of the message take on is, number one, we're sitting and waiting for any changes at the federal government. And number two is Colorado is not really active in trying to implement any separate or different rules in Colorado associated with the dredge and fill within waters of the United States. We feel comfortable with where the federal government is currently with these rules. So there was, some talk last year about trying to implement a state program to kind of fill the gap that was created when the federal rules changed. But now that the federal rules have kind of gone back to where they were, there really is no action in Colorado. We're not regulating this. We're relying on the federal government and their current rules to continue. So really the role of Colorado is we are paying attention to what's happening at the federal government and the state of Colorado and its multiple branches of the executive branch, including Department of Ag and Department of Wildlife and the Water Quality Control Division are all kind of providing comments to the federal government as they proceed. But that's really our role at this point.
Nathan, can I just add one other thing?
Yeah, please do.
The other thing that's complicating this right now at the federal level, things are that everything what Nathan said is true. We are definitely just watching at this point what happens at the federal level. But the Supreme Court did decide to take up a case on defining the scope of WOTUS, and I think it could be 2023 before that is decided. Maybe the end of this calendar year, but probably next calendar year.
Yeah, and that you know, so we have two separate processes that could be going about redefining where these dredge and fill requirements apply. You know, both the judicial now and the executive branch, and we'll just kind of see where they both land. All right, next slide. So you guys have a longer talk on the Grand Valley TMDL coming up, but I figured we just wanted to kind of update you guys a little bit on where we are with this regulatory process. The division issued, and I actually didn't get my notes on this, I think last year we proposed a draft TMDL for the Grand Valley to look at selenium, E. coli, and iron impairments within the Colorado River and tributaries to that river. And then, you know, we got significant comments on that. Really, a lot of them, the strongest ones that kind of drove a reconsideration of this were focused on the selenium. So the division decided, okay, we're going to take this information, we're going to take it back, we're going to reevaluate how we process this total maximum daily load study associated with selenium, and then we're going to put out the numbers associated with how the waste load allocations and load allocations to reduce selenium loading to the Colorado River would be calculated and applied. So we done that and completed that additional analysis. A draft memo, technical memo, was shared and with stakeholders that were interested in this. And then we had a meeting on January 26th where we laid out those proposed changes to that. Really what this was mainly about was accounting for influences of ditches and how those could contribute selenium loadings into the tributaries. And, you know, what was really was looking at the results of kind of reanalysis based on the feedback we got on this and working with the various, drainage, Grand Valley Drainage Associations to kind of get increased and better information, was to look at increasing, what the point source reduction should be, our non-point source reduction should be associated with those ditches, and then reducing really the ones that were loaded to associated with the urban stormwater sources through the MS4 permits. And those vary by drainage, by various amounts. But again, that information's been put out. Just to clarify, the proposed changes from the originally published TMDL are only for the selenium. We didn't reevaluate E. coli or iron. So what will be in the next public notice version of the TMDL will look pretty much the same for those two pollutant sources. You can go on to the next slide, Nicole. So a little more on the next steps, and I got a little more specificity on this slide. So February, we're republishing the Grand Valley TMDL. Our plan right now is to get that published on February 15th, and that will then be out for a 30-day public comment period. So we're really excited and would like to hear from people on their thoughts on this, positive, negative, do you think we did something right or wrong? All those comments are welcome. So that'll be out for 30 days. I believe that with February being a short month is something like the 17th will be the deadline, I believe. And then we plan to finalize that sometimes in April or June is our hope, really depending on the comments and the changes that might be needed in that. There'll also be a second public information meeting that's been scheduled. And that we're looking at about the first week of March to do that, while it's still on notice, and that way we can answer questions and help people that are looking to comment. So I believe that information is on our webpage, but if anyone has trouble finding that, let me know. It might not be published yet. I think we stated our intent to do that, but the actual date might be still pending on that. But there will be at least one public meeting during the notice, so we can make sure we're getting the good feedback from people. All right, next slide. All right, before I go on to this slide, actually, so the other one that Mike had mentioned yesterday that he would, there was some interest in was in reclaimed water. So I did have just a few talking points I was going to go over on that real quick. So reclaimed water, this is the process of treating water from different wastewater sources and using it for different beneficial uses, both potable and non-potable. There's 3 different regs in Colorado that both encourage and then regulate the use of reclaimed water for, to kind of encourage its use for the water conservation, other aspects, but also to make sure that use is safe. So the first one of that is our domestic wastewater reuse regulation. That's our probably most significant by volume. We call that Regulation 84. In Colorado, we currently are reusing about 16,000 acre feet of water a year through that program. The vast majority of that is for irrigation. Most of that, like golf course lawns, things of that nature. So getting potable water out of that game and hopefully reducing trans-basin diversions there by reusing domestic wastewater for those beneficial uses. You treat it to a point that it's safe for those uses, then you apply it using good practices, depending on the quality, to reduce exposure and ensure safe use. Other uses, include things like non-contact cooling water. That's another one that saves quite a bit of water, is using that. That's a great use for reused domestic wastewater. We've been working on a lot of improvements to those rules over the last few years. Specifically over the last probably about 3 to 4 years, we've added several new uses. And those are still kind of getting up and running. It takes a while as people try to adopt these for things such as toilet flushing, edible food crop irrigation, non-edible food crop irrigation for things such as hemp, and oil and gas operations. That's one that's looking like it might get started soon. We're still waiting and that would be like essentially using reclaimed water for fracking. Makes a lot of sense there. Has some challenges associated with it, but a logical use. We're also got a rulemaking coming up on this that's scheduled for May of 2022. That's mainly about trying to clarify the rule, make sure there's clear expectations, address a lot of issues with it. That's not really adding uses, although it's redefining some of the terms associated with uses. But it's really just about clarifying the rules. One thing we're really looking to do is to make sure that the people that are treating and providing that are implementing programs to make sure that those uses are sustainable and protective. One strong interest we have in endorsing the use of reclaimed water in Colorado is to make sure it continues to be safe. We want to make sure that the public is still supportive of this use, and the best way to do that is make sure that we're not ending up with any unintended consequences. So we see that as a big role in our promotion of reclaimed water. The next one is gray water. That's really taking different, really non-sanitary type waste at people, mainly at houses, but also maybe apartments and other smaller buildings, campuses, things like that, and going ahead and directly treating that on site and using that for beneficial use for things such as irrigation, toilet flushing, and other uses. We got a rulemaking that's going to be an informational hearing for that just coming up next week, when we're going to propose rulemaking on that for 2023. And really the focus of that rulemaking is that the original rule, I think it hasn't had the broad adoption. And so we're looking at things that can be done to that rule to make it more clear, simpler, adoptable at the local level, so that it's something that's really implemented at the county level, even though the rules are at the state level, but the county is to implement it. And we're just going to be working with stakeholders for about a year-long process to see if we could clarify that rule to make it just more appetizing to counties and increase their ability to implement that rule. So we're gonna be proposing that to the commission, that a rulemaking be scheduled next week on that. And I don't think there's going to be much opposition to at least starting that stakeholder process. It looks like people are pretty supportive of that. And the last is direct potable. So that is just taking domestic wastewater, treating it to a high level of quality, so it's usable for a wide range of uses, including drinking water. There's nothing that prohibits that in Colorado rules currently, but there's still no one really doing that. What we want to do through the rules is just to make sure the rules set up kind of clear, flexible, implementable requirements associated with this. So we're really looking at taking our drinking water rules and making them very specific to how those would apply to direct potable reuse. So those that are looking, we have about 3 facilities I know that are looking at near use of direct potable, and many more that have expressed interest. So just to make sure that this is an achievable result, by making sure the rules are clear and that treatment expectations are clear, and take into account the unique nature of that source water versus raw water out of a stream and some of the specific impacts of that. So that is set for rulemaking in October 2022. And right now it seems like we have pretty broad stakeholder consensus on that. It's looking like it, and we've had good stakeholder involvement in that. So that's looking like it'll be a pretty positive rulemaking, optimistically. All right. And with that, I think we're ready for questions.
And Peter Fleming has his hand up, so go for it, Peter.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a question about WOTUS that I'm going to defer until board members have questions. Two things I wanted to say before I defer that is great presentation, Nicole and Nathan. I think that was very informative for the River District. I also wanted to let the River District Board and others know that one of our West Slope commissioners, Commissioner April Long, is on the Zoom at least. I assume she's on for this and other portions of the River District Board meeting. But April is on the Colorado Water Quality Control Commission. And I just wanted to let directors know that and introduce, most folks probably already know April. But I will defer to Director Gray and other River District Board members that might have questions. And if time permits, I do have a question on the WOTUS thing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. Director Gray, and welcome, April. We appreciate having a Water Quality Control Commission member be willing to spend the time to listen to our board meeting and to this presentation, and perhaps be able to assist us with questions and understanding about how the commission and division operate together. Director Gray.
Thank you, Madam. So my question is about WOTUS, and Peter, I probably should have let you go first, because, or some others, because I might have heard an answer to my question. But I'm just curious, the flip-flop from administration to administration of how WOTUS is interpreted. Is it Kennedy or Scalia? How does that play out when it's enforced, if it's then challenged, and then I assume it's that takes it to an appeals case, and now the Supreme Court's going to take it up at some point. Does that mean that there's still enforcement for whichever administration is in office at the time to interpret it their way and enforce it even while it's under appeal? Or how does it play out? I'm just I've watched this thing since the mid 2000s, go back and forth, and I've always thought that, well, there's a stay, and I seen your chart where you said, yeah, there's a stay on this, and then it was lifted in some states. But just briefly, where are we at today? If you had a project that might involve one interpretation or the other, where are we? What would the Army Corps do?
So I will try, and Nathan, you can definitely step up, and the folks probably best to answer this are the Corps and EPA, but I don't think they're here, so we'll try. So right now, what is being implemented across the United States is regulations and guidance that have existed since the 80s and 90s, and EPA doesn't issue the permits, but they have a role in enforcement of those permits. So the Corps issues the permits based on that guidance that was in place and was in place for a very long time until the 2015 Obama rulemaking that Nathan referenced. So we are back to that regulatory framework and enforcement of that framework. So if it'll be interesting to see what EPA does with the Supreme Court taking this up. whether or not they'll move forward with the phase one rulemaking that Nathan talked about, or wait until that decision is done. It's possible that rulemaking could be challenged, but if there were a stay of that, it would probably just take us, I don't know. That is like an interesting legal question. I don't really know the answer to. But right now, where we are is the regulations that have been and policies that have been in place for a really long time. And those are what are being permitted to and enforced against. And that could all change in the coming year.
All right, thank you very much.
Maybe while we're on the topic, Peter, why don't you go ahead and answer your question as well?
Thank you. I wanted to chime in. I thought Nathan's timeline, seesaw timeline, was a good graphic representation. And I thought it's even that is beyond my technical skill, but if Nathan, if your technical skill involves a bouncing ball that bounces around the Zoom or the PowerPoint screen, that might be even more helpful to demonstrate where things lie. But my specific question was, I think Nathan, you mentioned it, or maybe it was Nicole, I'm sorry, that the division at one time, a little bit ago, was considering promulgating its own state dredge and fill permit system to cover what you referred to as the gap waters, those waters that are covered under what the current administration is acting under, but would not have been covered under the Trump rule. And I guess my question is, if we can assume that the current federal rulemaking process is, if anything, is going to cover more waters, or at least come up with some more durable embodiment of the current understanding of what is covered. But if the Supreme Court case that just got recognized or accepted for cert comes up with a judicial decision that substantially scales back the scope of federally covered waters for the dredge and fill system, through judicial determination rather than administrative rulemaking, do you anticipate that the Colorado Division of Water Quality Control would go back and consider promulgating its own state dredge and fill permit system to cover gap waters?
So Nathan, I'll go ahead and start, and go ahead and feel free to chime in more. What we were working on was not a regulatory proposal. It was a legislative proposal to try and modify the Water Quality Control Act to give us the authority to issue the permits, because right now it's our position that, and the Attorney General's, that we don't have that ability to issue, or the commission doesn't have the ability to develop regulations to do that. So it would require a change in the act, in the Colorado Water Quality Control Act itself. I think we will just have to wait and see what happens at the federal level before any further decision on that type of approach would move forward. But I think we remain, cautious and are watching it closely, because we, really feel that the environmental protections that are in place today are protective of state waters, and any retraction from that, those waters would be at risk, and we would be concerned. But I think at this point, I don't know what we can say, what we would do or not do with the change at the federal level.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand there's some speculation involved, obviously, as to what will happen. Appreciate that.
We could, without any trouble, spend a couple of hours talking about water quality issues. And if anybody's got a specific question, given the fact that we are very fortunate today to have water quality control division staff, as well as a water quality control commissioner with us. If you've got any other specific questions, let's ask them. Please let me know. Otherwise, we will move on to the Grand Valley, focusing on Grand Valley TMDL. I'm not seeing other questions. So you may have some additional input on Grand Valley, the Grand Valley TMDL, but if not, Nicole and Nathan, we greatly appreciate you being with us today. And so let's go ahead and focus on the Grand Valley TMDL.
Sounds good. Thank you, Madam President, and Nicole and Nathan. Excellent presentation, and we appreciate you taking time to come present to the board. Well received. Moving on real quickly, we're going to kind of backpedal a little bit. We've touched base on the TMDL and talked about it. We have not gone into much detail about that just yet. What is a TMDL? Total maximum daily load. A TMDL is the calculation of the maximum amount of pollutant allowed to enter a water body. I put the TMDL equation on there, which is describes the waste load allocations associated with point, non-point source contributions, along with a MOS, a margin of safety, and all these add up to a summation. It's sort of like the recipe, if you will, for what the TMDL is, and it applies to future permits for individual pollutants, and it also will come with a compliance thing there. Ultimately, a TMDL tries to hit on these bullet points, identifying the water body, the pollutant, what standards are involved, and then targeting that water quality standard with the loading capacity and allocations. Again, a margin of safety. The items with stars on it are required by the regulation. And then at the bottom there, it goes into the monitoring plan to track the effectiveness, implementation, and public participation. And that's how we're going to go in and talk about what is going on with the Grand Valley TMDL. And Peter, you introduced April earlier, and in a second here, I'm going to introduce Raquel. Again, she's going to come talk about her participation in the TMDL watershed process. I'm going to introduce the TMDL here and then hand it over to her. This map here is taken right out of the TMDL's notice, and it's identifying all the different segments there. We got 4 segments tributary to the Colorado River in the Grand Valley. Lots of acres irrigated out there. We're going to let Raquel talk about that. But again, the main constituent here that we're dealing with is the impoundment of groundwater and interception of selenium in the Mancos shales out there in the geology of the Grand Valley, very similar to the lower Gunnison. But these tributaries are all very impacted by irrigation and return flows in each of those creeks. And then the other 2 constituents that you heard Nathan mention is iron and E. coli and sediment also, actually. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Raquel and let Raquel take it over and finish. And we also have an authorization request at the very end. Thanks, Raquel.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Nicole and Nathan. And so in the Grand Valley watershed, stakeholder group was established. And here on the slide, you can see a list of some of the entities that are participating. This group has been meeting to develop common understanding of ongoing watershed and water quality efforts. And this includes understanding and responding to the TMDL, and also updating the watershed plan for the area that should be finalized next month. These efforts started in 2016 with the Grand Valley Drainage District infrastructure improvements as they obtained funds to update the watershed plan. And I would like to emphasize that SGM has been contracted to lead the stakeholder group and update the watershed plan. The Colorado River District is just a participant. And the idea moving forward is to create a water quality group to support long-term water quality monitoring and data collection, establish a mechanism to track and communicate with CDPHE Water Quality Control Division on permits, policies, and regulations, and also develop a funding plan to support local water quality efforts and implement projects. And I believe NG Fowler with SGM might be participating here today, and she can help answer questions at the end. But Mike, if you could go to the next slide. The staff recommendation that needs board action is that the River District participate in the Grand Valley Watershed Stakeholder Group.
May we just interrupt? We have lost our quorum. So we are going to have to take up a funding agreement tomorrow morning.
And hopefully we'll have a quorum tomorrow morning. Well, it's a joint funding agreement and it's the participation in the Grand Valley effort that we're looking at the direction.
I understand.
And so both of those items, I think we ought to just, sorry, Raquel, to do this too, but I think we're going to have to postpone this discussion to tomorrow morning. We had 9 directors on at the after lunch, but I believe, unless I'm wrong, Kathleen Curry is no longer on the Zoom. Kathleen, if you're here, please let us know. And Director McGinnis unfortunately had to leave, so we are without a quorum at this point due to that. And so the remaining 2 items on the water quality discussion are action items. So if we could maybe postpone those to tomorrow morning, and we'll cover all the director's concerns.
Yes. Is that all right? Okay. So Director Gray, if you are still there, we're going to let you go first with director concerns and report. Director Gray, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, I stepped away for a minute. What do you need me for?
Well, so we want you to explain the Water Quality Control Act and its details.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I can handle that.
We want to see if you can provide a definition of waters of the United States. Actually, we just, because we've lost a quorum, we're going to postpone items 8A, I'm going to call it C.5 and D until tomorrow morning. So we're going to go ahead with director's updates and concerns. And I was calling on you first.
Oh, well, great. I'll make it quick. Up in the Yampa and in the lower Yampa, well, the upper 2, we've been water-wise been working on our integrated water management plan. Had some, I guess you could say, a little kerfluffle so that we could address some issues that we thought weren't being addressed, in particular for agriculture on our water management plan. I think that's working its way through, and I'll let Director Monger comment if he feels like it on that. The roundtable has been pretty quiet, other than going along with roundtable business. And in our, I will say, as the glass half full piece for the lower Yampa, the snow, while it's maybe up high where the snowtail sites are, is not very good. And this is trying to find some good news, but it does go down the mountain further. It's out in the sagebrush. It's a foot or better deep out in the sagebrush, which we didn't have last year. And we went into fall with a lot better soil moisture than we did a year ago. So I'm hoping that those 2 things, and then of course we need more moisture, but those 2 things will make it maybe not quite as dire as it was last year. And that's about all I can think of.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, or Director Hawes.
Okay. Yeah, I think the 3 things on our minds right now are continuing wildfire issues. That fire last fall really got people's attention of just what's possible, and then of course would be hard to stop, but then that kind of water quality benefit too, or issue. The other thing is Infrastructure Act.
think that's top of mind right now. It's just like, how can the Infrastructure Act be used? How can it be leveraged to, tap into other funding sources? There are a lot of projects in the county that they're considering restoration projects, rehabilitation projects. There's just a lot going on that front. So that's top of mind. And then we kind of were talking about this at lunch, but just the impacts of recreation, all the people coming to the county for whether it's skiing or boating or camping, it's just getting a little unwieldy in the county, and I'm sure others can relate to that. But it's not good. Thank you very much.
Mental health, right?
Yeah, that's another big one. Director Roper, this is your opportunity, and you're still kind of new, and so this is just an opportunity to share any information or just updates from your county, or any concerns that your county has.
Well, I don't have a lot, but I would echo what the two directors before me said. I do think in our county, we're looking at better than last year, but a long ways to go as far as water. The fall moisture, I think, made a big difference. But I drove some cattle down around Delta yesterday, and the amount of dust in the fire pit was unbelievable. So we are dry. So I think that is a concern. The discussion on WOTUS today, I think keep continuing on as far as I think it's got more. My concern is more with the rule than the court rule. But the court rule is kind of out of our realm, but the rule itself concerns me. Start counting up those type of things for a second. So other than that, I do newbie here, so I'm gonna pass my time to somebody else who's got more to say.
Thank you.
Careful.
Director Vanden.
Well, tomorrow I was hoping to get into this TMDL conversation a little bit, because it's something that they proposed actually mentioned to the White River to be done as well. And I know we've been dealing with our algae issue for several years, which was mentioned here. And we are wrapping up our 4-year analysis of it and really coming out of that. I can't speak a whole lot to it because it's still going through the USGS vetting process, but there's no real smoking gun coming out of the fact. But as I see it, when they bring up TMDL, we see some land use practices. I mean, you just drive up there and see there's a beautiful whole golf course and all these little fish ponds and blah, blah, blah that have been constructed. And what I guess I'm seeing that brings me some concerns is the state's making a transition for recreational type communities. Well, those folks want to come up here and they have the abilities to go in and purchase up large trust property and go through the permitting processes to reconstruct the river or whatever it may be for their enjoyment. And that might be for various activities, but those transitions have the ability as a recreational piece to become a new sense of, I don't want to say polluters, but add to the issues in your river that seems to be overlooked an awful lot when you're looking at doing a TMDL. Because when you do a TMDL, which I am very familiar with, the first thing they're going to pick on is anybody that has a discharge permit, an NPDS permit. Those are the low hanging fruit, and all these other folks, since they're ag exempt, slip under the radar because they've got a little bit of ground in production. It hurts the river district as well, and I know our community, because you've got these large ranchers that don't pay the taxes that they probably should in the county because they get that ag exemption. That hurts. And then they go ahead and compound, add on to their recreational changes to the rivers, their land use practices, that trickles down to affect the water, the wastewater treatment facilities that these towns like Range is going to be mandated to update at the expense of the taxpayers. So if these folks can have a good time up here, but now the water users on the lower White River are going to deal with it. And the same thing for meter sanitation, they'll have to deal with it. And like the town of Range, we just went through
Since 2010, almost $8 million in water treatment renovation, which includes a grant from the River District to divert water. Now you've got to deal with the algae coming into there that adds disinfection byproducts. Well, now you're looking at having to go back to square one and start all over on renovation of that water plant, add new additional treatment because of some of the impacts being done to land use upriver. When TMDLs are being done, and when the state's looking at doing some of their proactive measures to improve the river system, they can't exempt some of this recreational stuff because it's definitely having a problem. And I've heard it before to where if you're going to make an impact, keep it to your own property. Don't send it down to your neighbor, but right now they're sending it down to the neighbor. So I'll move on past algae and TMDLs because the two are inherently tied together in my mind. We've been fortunate enough on the lower White River to get a grant from the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. And that grant has helped us with our district to move forward with development of doing the engineering and environmental permitting for development of a rural water supply for the lower constituents in our district. Reason that's important is because you got people that can't get water out of the river. And that's where they get their water from, to supply their garden or whatever it may be. And then they're having to travel back and forth to town, sometimes 30 miles round trip to get a tank of 500 gallons of water, take it out to their ranch and try to make ends meet that way. And again, that ties back to algae because the algae is fouling their pumps, so their pumps get fouled and they lose portions of their crops. There's a level of frustration that I see that I carry forward because my board's talking to me about the impact that the slow water that's continuing to happen on the river is happening. And once we're starting to add the cumulative effects on this thing, see the dollars attached to it, man, there's people that can't pay their bills all the way because this is really happening. And until you see somebody with a 20-horse pump down in there that can't get water out of the river because one's plugged up with algae, two, there's not enough water there, they got to have an alternative. So this is what we've got to do is develop an alternative water supply through the town of Ramsey to run a pipe domestic water supply out to the rural areas to get these people water. So, and you can't use groundwater because it's just not, what is available just isn't. You can't make a bottle, it's very tough. So it's kind of a unique circumstance down through there, but that's what the geology gave us and that's what we got to deal with. So there's more, but I'd like to give some good news. I know we do have some snow. Yeah, we have more snow in Ranger than Acre. Toot toot. You know, and Meeker is a wonderful cooperator up there as well, recognizing that on the lower one, there's some serious issues where people are having problems. And so, I mean, the conversation is developing and I'm glad to be part of it. And I'm glad to hear the level of cooperation happen with you know, the real residents of Rio Lake County saying we got to do something, we got to work together. And that shows together where we've got agreements in place with the other districts and other districts, other users and water districts and the county folks to make sure that when we move forward, we're planning for everybody in our county, not just one specific use. Told you, careful. Thank you.
He'll never do it again.
Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you. Thank you. Director Mulder.
So I think like everybody else, I'm very concerned about snow levels of water quality. It's just absolutely crazy. And today's DK's presentation just brought it home that much worse. We have two of the worst ever recorded years, and they're back to back. And we thought it was bad last year. Again, I hauled stock water all summer last year, and I had grass, but didn't have water. So that really concerns me, and it's going to end up putting us out of business, I think. So, you know, we really support ag and the rest, and you know, and our country is animal ag as well as Delta County. I'm really concerned about this fishing access and the concerns of that. I said that, you know, we might have a navigable river by a leaf floating down the river, and that's what caused. And so now they'll be able to go all the way up your peripheral creek to be able to go get a toad, just so they're in the water. And now, so I thought the Post article was inflammatory, and I thought that actually incentivized trespass. Just sent us out there to go do that. I'm very concerned about the litigation and the new normal. We all see it and wow, it's just like, it's unbelievable how we, you know, I was raised in profitable years of the 80s, washing the river out and flooding and the rest. Heck, we can't. Yeah, so the compact compliance, you know, I just still concerned how we ever signed off on that when we're using 49% of our allotment and a 4.9 million acres out of our 75, and we're going to end up having to give back some. It's just like, how did that happen? And I realize who makes the laws and the law of the population and the rest. But that really, I mean, we're all going to be in deep trouble. And I'm very concerned about the war on ag and urban-rural divide as well. So I don't know, anytime we can bring a guest up and see my ranch, I invite them up. Same point in time, we had a remote rural environmental report written up. It was highly inflammatory for ag as well. I was offended and I raised hell.
Who did that?
All
In the county, your Drought County? Or?
yeah, for the IWMP, for the integrated water management. That's what Tom referred to. We had a little setback and we're having some more discussions about what that report says and that the population of the county in 1909 and the railroads and the highways, we're not going back to that, right? So you can't say, well, you know, that's really degrading the river. So, you know, yeah, it's a fact. It probably did and is. But anyhow, so I've been worrying on that. So the algae thing, Director Van Brink, you know, we're still fighting a little bit with that Stagecoach Reservoir. We got listed into a, you know, part of the non-compliant and working with CDPHE and the rest. I hope we don't all have to reinvent the wheel every time we do this. We can start using other people's studies so that we're not going back to square one and you know, the engineers self-employment act as well. The Infrastructure Act, you know, and the rest, well, I wish I was more imaginative because I would like to see us pull up some of that money. But I'm not that kind of, I live within my means and I'm not that visionary, but I sure hope we can figure out how we can vision the river district and the rest that we can use some of that money for some of our constituents' needs as we move forward. So I think, man, we'll all be looking stupid if we don't. So that's all I got. I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Director Monk.
That's all. That's all. I have written out. You took the rest. Try to.
All right, well, that's our back to follow. Yeah, we are also very worried about wildfire. We have started to fund, we're calling it a wildland fire team that is coordinating all of the fire entities in the county. We've learned that the Forest Service has gotten rid of one of their wildland fire trucks out of the Mentor district, which is the opposite of what we needed. So just like we're doing on trail maintenance, the towns in the county are trying to fund some fire suppression efforts and mitigation, of course, helps to try and keep us out of that fire situation. We're worried about the crude oil trade possibilities, and Director Monk and I talked about that. The county sent a letter expressing concerns about watershed degradation if the oil trade were to expel comes to Eagle County. We're starting to see even more conflicts because of the excessive tourism that Peter mentioned between trails, wildlife habitat, streams, and all that pressure of the people coming out and leaving out the resources to try to figure that out. We've been pushing the idea of thinking of tourism as an extractive industry, just like we thought of oil and gas was extractive, and there was a severance tax to work on mitigation communities. Tourism is also extractive, but without that funding source to try to mitigate the impacts of that. Some concerns about transbound diversion future of those projects in Eagle County, so keep an eye on that. And really some large concerns about 1041, the decision of Boulder County to say that they did not have standing to implement 1041 regs as part of their settlement with Yampa Water. I think this is concerning for what that means for the rest of us, because that's really our only avenue that we have as counties to try and look at some large projects. I'm headed out Friday to National Association of Counties. You're not coming. The Public Land Steering Committee, their Vice President of Waters in the United States will be a big topic of conversation next year, I'm sure. Then just a couple of other things. We are creating a new Department of Natural Resources in the county to try and look at a lot of those issues that will be overseeing open space as well. So we'll look at some of the carbon sequestration and stream health and those issues. And Acre River Watershed Council of Boston.
Can I just, I don't mean to, I know you have the last word, but I do. I want to just mention, Kathy touched on 1041. Kathy, Marty, and I were present at Water Congress for a panel talking about 1041. And it was the most unbalanced panel I've seen at Water Congress, which says a lot. It says a lot, right? And it was a hit job by Front Range Water Council. They had a associate general counsel for Denver Water present essentially an opening argument to the legislature as to why 1041 should be done away with.
Including the county commissioners are ill-informed and politically motivated.
Right. And it really went off. And unfortunately, I think there's one county commissioner who was not a Western Slope County commissioner, but did represent Chaffee County, was ill prepared and shocked, but actually seemed to, in the moment, concede everything that Denver Water said and admitted that he and his fellow commissioners in Chaffee County were not prepared. He didn't really know how to follow the law or implement the law, and it was just shocking. And Kathy did a great job, and that's why I want to interrupt at the end of Kathy's, as the only person who commented or questioned anything, saying, wait a minute, 1041 powers are essential, and they're our only tool for local involvement in large water projects. Eagle County is kind of the standard bearer on the Homestake 2 case. But the reality is, certainly for any counties that are potential targets for CMDs, it is essential, because without that power, we at the River District don't have the power to get in and force local mitigation and control. I can tell you that the negotiations ongoing with the Homestake partners would be completely different if they didn't have to fear Kathy and her partners on the Eagle County Commission. And so knowing that power is there is really important. There will be a time soon, based on what we heard, that the Front Range is going to make a run at changing those powers. So anybody involved in CCI, and other important statewide agencies needs to push back and push back hard. So I just really important. Gotta say.
Thanks. I'll try and keep this really brief because I'm going to stand between this recess. I was really glad to hear DK's presentation, because I keep reading in the newspaper and news articles, we're at 110% of snowpack or 139% of snowpack, and I keep looking around my yard, I keep looking around at Telluride ski area, I keep looking around, our area, and kind of go, it's not here. I don't know where they're getting these numbers, but we desperately need some more snow. And so I think DK's explanation went a long way towards explaining that. I think, Uray County, we were grateful last week. It was cold enough that the ice climbers, could really have a great event. And
quite a winter tourism thing. So we're, we've got the same issues that a lot of the other recreational counties have, but we've also, we're still trying to protect our agricultural folks as well. And so we are very grateful for the assistance and the co-applicant status that the River District has in the water rights case. And Jason and Peter have been hugely helpful in getting a lot of the negotiations moving. The no-call agreement within Compadre Valley was totally a turning point. And I think, we've made great strides towards being able to protect all of our water users, but in particular, taking the call off the river from the Compadre Valley. And that's been, the 800-pound gorilla forever. So that's hugely important. And I have to admit, I am old enough that I actually helped draft the 1982 Water Quality Control Act. So not a lot of the amendments, because we actually were the ones who put in the stuff about cost benefit analysis of regulations and so on, that is no longer there. But I was reminded today that the more time that passes, the less has changed. And the issues are still largely the same. The debate about, is it cheaper, easier to clean it up on the discharge end or on the intake, for municipalities, wastewater treatment or water treatment? Where is your biggest bang for the buck? How is it? Where's the cost effective means of doing it? And I'm sure we're going to have a lot more discussions about that. I was glad to see water quality on the agenda in such a meaningful way today. I was very pleased that we had the presentation we did from the Water Quality Control Commission or Division staff, because I think so many of their decisions really affect all of our constituents, and it's really hard to separate water rights and water quality and water use and water quality. So I think this has been a very productive day. We still have quite a few things to get through tomorrow, but we'll just keep rolling along, and I never want anyone to feel as though they've been cut off from commenting or questioning. On the other hand, we do try to, keep things moving along. So I appreciate everybody bearing with us on that. And so tonight, Andy, do you want to just?
Yeah, if I can, tonight, we have dinner reservations on the fourth floor right here for anybody here to join us at 7. And I say us loosely, meaning we, the royal we, because I have a City of Glenwood Springs Planning Commission or meeting that I'm sitting on, but it's from 6 to 8, so I will join you at 8 as soon as it's over if you're down there still. But I do, I will sit on more Zoom meetings today. So yeah. So on the other hand, anybody wants to go to the bar right now before my meeting, since it's a volunteer position, I might need you there. But 7 o'clock staff will be there. Really looking forward to it, and I'm sorry that I'll be late.
No problem. Anybody have any other parting? Yes.
Question about tomorrow morning. There's a 7:30
Oh, yeah.
information meeting.
Yeah, I don't know whose idea that was.
Yeah, who's that?
So information and hours. There are some of us who actually wake up early and like the crack of dawn. Just to reiterate, who is on the Information and Outreach Commission? Everybody is invited.
But the only people who are actually on the committee, Al Vandenbrink, who is the chair, Mark Catlin, who won't be here, Ruby Hazard, who is not here in person, Taylor Hawes and Kathy Chandler.
Great meeting.
It's okay, you can show up and swear.
All right.
There is breakfast served at that meeting, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So
But then we go straight into the.
And then we
It
go
does go
straight
straight
in. typically the discussion at that meeting is this time of year, and I'm not trying to speak for the chair's agenda, but typically the discussion kind of revolves around our outreach planning, you know, for the annual seminar, for the basin, you know, the county.
States of the river.
State of the river thing, state of the river presentations, and anything else you want to see. Anything else you want to see or think would be helpful, or, you know.
And a billboard.
And I would say the committee is free to set the meeting. This has been the historic practice, but in the future, if you'd like to see it set separately from the board meeting, we could certainly do that. The problem is, how do you have it when everybody's together already to cut down on travel and everything?
The
So-
chair could call for that meeting to be held now or upstairs.
Drinks or coffee.
The chair has the discretion in working with staff to find something that's mutually convenient.
Okay, but otherwise it's here tomorrow morning.
It's here tomorrow morning, 7:30.
But they've already got breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast.
All right.
And all other board, all board members are invited to come. If they want breakfast, 7:30, it will be here.
You'll get it anyway, right? 'Cause-
I don't know who else is left. I don't know who else is left besides Peter.
So there's 19 other ones up there.
Thank you, and sorry. I'm not here. Celebratory.
Bye, Peter.
I was going to say thanks and have fun tonight, and have fun at the information and outreach meeting tomorrow morning. I'll see you at 8:30.
We'll have a Zoom option at dinner. You can join us.
Yeah.
Bye, DK.
See you all. This meeting is recessed until.
By the way, I think McGinnis gave me his proxy.
You drink-
I don't want to hear that.
You have